Hello there. Hello there.
Morning.
Good morning, Leah. Morning, Rachel.
Morning, how you going?
I'm good. Oh, there we are. So either very cold where you are or the aircon's on too strong.
Very accurate.
And I'm going to ask a naughty question, Leah and Rachel. Are you guys kind of on the same level, or does one of you kind of outrank the other?
Technically, Rachel outranks me.
Oh, there you go.
Wow, because you're in AO5 at the moment. I'm back to AO4. We both spend a lot of time doing secondments, I guess is probably the easiest way to explain it. I just finished training from last 20 weeks. I was training, but now I'm back to my substantive position, which is a call taker on the floor. And Rachel's running a program for our, what is it? New systems, basically.
Yeah, wow. And how many ranks are there? What does it go up to? AO 10.
Eight? Yeah, 8.
Cool. I always get curious how people land in a job like yours. It's like, do you see it on Seek and go, yeah, you want to do that? Or a friend
For me, it's a family business. My brother actually started working here about 4 or 5 years before I did. And then he told me to come on board. So yeah,
nice.
It pays really well. That's pretty much how we get people.
Okay. It would have to with the stress that you guys would be under. I don't know. I'm just imagining, but yeah. But I think Rachel has an amazing sense of humor, so I think that's what. Or maybe she's just good at poking fun at Leah. Awesome. So Cecilia is here, which is really cool. Morning, Cecilia.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm happy to see you.
Happy to
Very
see
happy to see you.
Yeah.
Righty, folks. So I'll go ahead and mute everyone, and that'd be good. So, awesome. So we have a little bit of a smaller group today, but before we go any further, if you can just drop a yes in the chat and let me know that you can hear me and see me, that would be great. And let me know that we got audio, we got visual, and we are good to go there, folks. Awesome. All right, so just a bit of side housekeeping here. We got one person that's going to be absent until probably about 12:30, and that's all good there. And then we got someone else that had to attend to a safety incident at work, and that's totally unavoidable. So that is all good there. So today It's just the three of you for now, and then later on, I believe we'll be having Simone join us there, which is totally fine. So not yet, but in a moment, what we're going to do, we're going to do a quick recap of yesterday. Now, at the end of the day, for me, as we talked about, it's not what I say that matters, it's what people remember. That's the most important thing. And for me, I really have a gearing towards focusing on the past, focusing on making sure that we remember what we've actually covered, and review is a huge part of what I do and how I do it and how I play the game. Because at the end of the day, why would I keep going if you've forgotten everything I taught you? That's kind of be weird, right? So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to do what I call daily review. Now, this is going to involve, you're going to grab your notes from yesterday. You're going to grab your notes from yesterday. Hopefully you took some notes. If you didn't, that's okay. I'm sure you'll be able to get through the activity anyway. So you're going to grab your notes from yesterday. Not yet, but we're going to kick it off with Rachel, then Leah, then Cecilia. And basically what you're going to do is Rachel's going to unmute herself. She's going to read out one thing that she wrote down yesterday. It could be anything at all. And then we're going to move to the next person. Now, ideally, what we're going to do is you're not going to say something that someone else has already said. All right, so you do need to listen carefully to what other people say here. So, for example, Rachel could unmute herself and she could say, Mark lived in Japan. All right, now that's just an example. Or she could unmute herself and say, the R in RIG stands for remove assumptions. Could be anything at all. But the idea is you don't say the same thing that somebody else has said. So we're going to do quite a few rounds of this. And basically all you do is unmute yourself and say, one thing I wrote down yesterday was blah, blah. Then we move on to the next person. So, Rachel, go ahead, kick us off, unmute yourself, and say one thing that you wrote down yesterday. That's going to be Leah, then Cecilia. Go for it, Rachel.
One thing I wrote down yesterday was the acronym VAC, which is Visual, Audio, and Kinesthetic Learning.
Very cool. Leah, go for it.
One thing from yesterday was mindset trumps skills.
Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Cecilia.
One thing I learned yesterday is that as a trainer, I'm a change agent.
Ooh, very nice. Rachel.
Magic numbers, 19 and 64. So hearing something 19 times and then doing something 64 times for muscle memory.
Beautiful. Next, Leah.
In training versus education, training is being given an opportunity to do something, get feedback, and then try again.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that 53% is body language when you're training. 38% is the tonality, and 7% is the words. So we put more pressure on the words, but it's all about the body language and the tonality mostly.
Very cool. Love it. It was very liberating for me when I was starting out because I was always messing up my words, but I realized if the tonality was good, body language is good, probably I'm halfway there. Rachel, go for it.
The behavioral change stairway. So we start with active listening, empathy, rapport, influence, and behavioral change.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Leah.
From empowering beliefs, remembering that every presentation is practice for your next presentation.
Love it. Cecilia.
The fact that you need to do something 3 times for someone to get it right. You need to do it 10 times for them to be able to memorize it. And then it takes over 100 times for them to know it, to be comfortable and master the skill.
So true. Love it. Rachel, one more, and then we'll wrap it up there. Go for it, Rachel.
The G in RIG stands for giving quality feedback. So make sure you use because.
Beautiful. Leah.
When looking at the levels of AQF, Cert 3, someone is able to mentor, but it's Cert 4 where they start to train.
Very nice. Cecilia.
Just like governance around training with organizations like the national regulator, ASQ, TSC, VRQ.
Beautiful. Awesome. Well, Absolutely, by what you've shared there, it's so clear that you've taken away so much from yesterday, which is awesome. Now, can you guys just doing me a favor and just drop a yes or a no in the chat if you had a chance to watch any or some or all of any of the videos that I sent through yesterday via email in the links. Leah said, yeah. Rachel said, yeah. And we'll see what Cecilia says. And yeah, cool. Yeah, beautiful. All right, awesome. On that note, what we're going to do now, thank you so much, we are going to jump into a breakout room. Now, normally I don't send out all 3 videos, but I thought you guys were up to the challenge. And whether you watched one of them or all of them didn't really worry me, but I knew that there was going to be some value in those videos there for you. So what we're going to do, we're going to jump into a breakout room, and I'd love you to share with your partner what's one of them that you watched and what was one of the aha moments or one of the things that you took away from one of the videos. And I know that they're not fantastic, but it's the core content that I really want to get across there and help you guys out with. So I'm going to send you guys into your room, have a chat with your partner, and just share. All right, I watched X video, and the thing that I really got from it was this. All right, so head into your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes' time and go for it, team. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. I'm going to come straight over to Leah. If you can unmute yourself, share with me what was one of the videos that you watched or something that really stood out to you. Go for it, Leah.
Video number 2, the time management video, in relation to the activity side of things, making sure that we're doubling the amount of time for the activity to allow for providing instructions and asking questions.
Cool. So that was something that stood out to you. And when I'm reading between the lines, I get the sense that that's kind of a thing that maybe hasn't been in place in the past.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a, I know what I'm talking about, so everybody should know what I'm talking about kind of person at times.
Yeah.
So I explain something and I just kind of assume everyone knows what I'm talking about. So I have to allow for that question and making sure people do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love it. I love it. Awesome. Rachel, go ahead. Which video and one of your standouts?
Video 1, I liked talking about the types of videos to include in your training material. So whether it's a how-to, a comedy, or an inspirational one, but also making sure you're shaping why you've got it in there. So pre-frame it and then debrief it. I like including videos to change up the different kind of media, but just because I like it doesn't mean it's got value to be in something. So that was good.
Yeah, nice. I've just seen so many videos go disastrously, and that really inspired me making that video because conscious choice is so important. And if people are not sure why they're doing something, they will generally feel uncomfortable. I've also seen a massive episode where a student did have a huge negative reaction to a video, and yeah, it didn't go well at all. So yeah, really important that we get that pre-frame debrief set up there. Cool. Cecilia, go for it. Which video did you watch and what's something that stood out to you? Go for it, Cecilia.
I've watched all of them, but the third one stood out because it talks about the ability of the trainer to avoid distractions and to keep focus on what they're doing. So it's more of being emotionally intelligent so that you're able to know how to control the group, how to avoid conflicts and things that will keep you out of focus.
Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Love it. Fantastic, folks. On that note, thank you so much for sharing. Really appreciate you watching those videos. And tonight there'll be another video coming your way, which will be super insightful and it's going to lay the groundwork there for tomorrow for diving a little bit deeper into delivery side of things. Today's focus is more about training design and really how do we put it together? How do we get ideas out of our head? And also starting to get familiar with some forms that you may come across in an RTO capacity. Now, having said that, with the world of TAE, there's 2 ways that we can approach this course. I'd like you to imagine that we are training for the Olympics. We're training for the Olympics. We're going to become Olympic swimmers in a couple of years' time, right? And I'd like you to think about, all right, we got 2 ways that we could become Olympic swimmers. We could sit in a room and we could read a book about swimming. That's probably the wet method. Sorry, that's probably the dry method there, just sitting reading a book. Or we could actually get into the pool and do some laps. Drop in the chat, which do you think is going to be more effective, the wet method, getting in the pool and doing laps, or sitting in a room and reading a book about it? Drop in the chat, what do we think, wet or dry, wet or dry? Beautiful, cutting laps, love it, right? So for me, it kind of makes sense. If you're going to go through your TA, it probably makes sense that we actually use some of the skills that we're learning, right? So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to I might save that and close that and close that. And then I'm going to come over to the amazing Rachel. Now, amazing Rachel is not going to do anything, not going to be required to do anything other than sit there and nod, and maybe even smile. I think she'll be okay to do that. Rachel, could you unmute yourself? That would be amazing if you could. Rachel, if you go ahead and unmute yourself and say hi. And that'd be cool. Once you've done that, unmute yourself and say hi. Unmute yourself and say hi. Beautiful. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. And cool. For some reason, yeah, that's okay. I'll just change my screen there. Awesome. On that note, Rachel is going to be very kind and she's going to sit there and be my volunteer. Now, in regards to volunteering, all she needs to do is sit there and smile and possibly nod her head and maybe even say an appropriate response when it gets to it. But not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to demonstrate something here with the amazing Rachel. and I'm going to talk for probably about 30 seconds, if not 40 seconds. And everyone else, you guys are just going to listen up, and you'll be glad you're not Rachel there. So, just kidding, of course. But what Rachel's going to do, she's going to help me out. And Rachel, what I would love you to do is, could you just look at your notes, and this is where you get to challenge me. Could you just look at your notes and tell me anything at all that you wrote a note on from yesterday? Just read out anything at all, and well, let's see where it goes. Go for it, Rachel. Just tell me anything you wrote down.
Okay. Number 1, task skills. Can they do the thing?
Oh, beautiful. Love it. All right, cool. I'll extend it out a little bit, and I'll go dimensions of competency if that's okay. So not yet, but in mind, I'm gonna ask you how you are. You're probably gonna say good or terrible, whatever it may be, and then you're just gonna play along, and I'm sure you're gonna be absolutely fine. It's just gonna be about 30 seconds. You'll be fine. So, hi, Rachel. How are you doing today? Are you good?
Great.
Awesome. Well, Rachel, the other day I went to a course. I went to this Train the Trainer course, and I learned some really interesting things about training and presenting. I discovered this thing called the dimensions of competency. And I discovered that there are 4 ways that we can actually know if someone could do something. I discovered that there's this task skills thing, like can they do the thing? I discovered like task management skills, like can they multitask? And I discovered contingency management skills, like do they know what to do if something's going wrong? And I discovered this job role or environment, like can they do it in many different places there? And I realized going forward, if I want to judge someone's ability to do something, I could use those 4 criteria to actually put a bit of a framework around, like, can they actually do it, and their capacity and their capability there. And I realized that that's going to be a great framework for me. Rachel, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. Everyone, go ahead, drop some love in the chat and tell Rachel she did an amazing job, because she did an amazing job. Awesome, thank you so much. Now, for me, in that situation there, Rachel, you are the best. You absolutely are the best. Now, in that situation there was a couple of words that I actually used, and oh, naughty me, I went to 55 seconds there. I used a couple of words. I used the words of discover, realize, and make sense. What I would love you to do is in the chat box there, if you can type in discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. If you drop those words in there, that'd be fantastic. Beautiful. Thank you, Rachel. And thank you, Cecilia. And thank you, Liam. Because what we need to appreciate is that people are interesting creatures. There's one word in the English language that we absolutely hate. There's a word in the English language we hate. And we don't know that we hate it, but we do hate it. And the word is should. Everyone, if you just type in the word should and then forget that I ever said it. You see, the thing is, in life, nobody likes to be told what to do. I don't know if you can relate, but nobody likes to be told what to do. And we especially don't like to be told what to do by anyone that doesn't yet have the result. So, for example, nobody probably wants to be told how to succeed in life and how to become rich by a homeless person. Probably, right? Nobody likes to be told, advice from somebody that doesn't have the result themselves. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense. Nobody likes to be told what to do by anyone, and especially not by people that don't have the result themselves, because there's just some incongruency there going on, right? So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to come over to Leah. Leah, could you do me a favor? Could you unmute yourself? And Leah, could you also tell me a piece of content that we covered yesterday? And could be anything at all. And your turn to put me on the spot. Leah, go ahead, read out something that you wrote down yesterday. Go for it.
I wrote down clarity equals power.
Oh, very cool. Thank you so much. Awesome. I like a bit of a challenge. Awesome. Hi, Leah. How are you doing today? Are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. Well, Leah, I am so excited because the other day I went to a course, and this course was a little bit about training and communications and public speaking, all that stuff. And I discovered something so profound. I discovered this concept of clarity equals power. And I discovered that ultimately in my life, there's so many areas where I just actually don't know what I want. And I realized that sometimes, like, I want to lose weight, I want to make money, or all these different things, but I actually haven't defined what that looks like. And I've realized I've probably been very disempowered in these areas because I've been unwilling to be specific. And I realized going forward, if I want to actually achieve more in my life, I probably need to be more specific exactly what I want. And probably going forward in training, if I want to help my learners more, I probably need to get them to actually define exactly what they want so they know when they've actually kind of hit the thing. Does that kind of make sense, Leah?
Yeah, it does.
Awesome. Everyone, drop some love in the chat. Leah did an amazing job. Thank you so much. And that was 54 seconds in. On that note, Cecilia, I think you get the point. But what we're going to do, I'm just going to remind you, we had discover, realize, and we had make sense. Now, what I would like you to do is not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head into a breakout room. You're going to, in this case, Rachel's going to go first. And Rachel is going to share her learning from yesterday. It could be anything at all. She's going to say, "Hi, team, how are you?" And everyone's going to say, "We're good." And then she's going to say, "The other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, 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 blah. I realized blah, blah." And then she's going to say, "Does that make sense?" All right. Now, then you're going to switch over to the next person, and it's going to be Leah. Then you're going to switch over to Cecilia, and it is, "Hi, how are you?" Good. The other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, 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 blah. I realized blah, blah, and then does that make sense? Now, the key thing is the discover is, well, what was the thing that you learned? But we want to make sure that we use that word discover. Then we're going to go, well, realize, well, how is it actually going to impact you? And what are you going to do differently because you learned that thing, right? And then ask the audience, does that make sense, right? Now, each person ideally is going to speak for 40 seconds and then you switch over to the next person, right? So, hi, the other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, blah. I realized blah, blah, and then does that make sense? On that note, and I think I said Rachel's going first. That's really cool. So head into your rooms, and by the way, folks, I can actually see on the microphone who's talking each time. So make sure you do the activity, give it the cred that it deserves it. So I will bring you back once I can see that each person's had a go, and in total, probably take about a minute and a half, and you should be good to go. Rachel, you can pick anything at all. And hi, the other day I went to a course, discovered blah, 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 realized blah, blah, and does that make sense? On that note, head into your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half. Go for it, team. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back, team. I think everyone's back apart from Leah. There we are. There we are. Fantastic. So Rachel is going to be our first contestant on Teach Mark Something. Now, it's a crazy game show, and everybody wins at the end of this game show. So Rachel is going to unmute herself, and she's going to say, "Hi, Mark. How are you?" I'm going to say, "Great." And she's going to say, "The other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, blah. I realized blah, blah." And then she's going to say, "Mark, does that make sense?" So Rachel is our first contestant on Teach Mark Something. And Rachel, the floor is yours. Hi, Mark. Go for it, Rachel.
Hey, Mark, how are you this morning?
I am fantastic. How are you?
Yeah, excellent, thank you. The other week I went to a course. I discovered that to be successful as a trainer, you need to have empowering beliefs. So what I realized is, one, there's no such thing as a perfect presentation. Two, every presentation is practice for the next. And three, the more I present, the more confident I actually get. Does that make sense?
It does. And I can see in my own life where I put so much pressure on myself to get it right every time. So, yeah, that is so helpful, Rachel. Thank you so much for sharing. Very cool, Rachel. Everyone drop some love in the chat. We had a bit of an audio issue there, but I think we got there in the end, so that is all cool. Leah, coming over to you there. You're the next contestant on Teach Mark Something, and go for it. Hi, Mark, and teach me anything at all. Could be the same thing that you just did with your partner, or it could be something else. Go for it. Or what you got? Hi, Mark. And if you unmute yourself, even better. Go for it.
Mark, how are you this morning?
I'm not too bad. Not too bad. I've had my 2 coffees. I'm good to go.
Well, hopefully the day goes well from here. So the other day I went to a course and I learned about an acronym called RIG. So it's talking about removing assumptions, investigating fully, and giving quality feedback when we're completing assessments. I realized that this is so important in the role that we do in relation to giving quality feedback and really using that because feedback of why someone has done something well or why we can improve on something, just to help develop our learners better. Does that make sense?
It does. Oh my gosh. I can see so many areas in my life where I'm just lacking some because, and I can see why my manager has told me to improve, but has never really been specific. So yeah, that is so helpful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you sharing that, Leah. Awesome. Everyone drop some love in the chat. Leah, you did an epic job. I love it. And now Cecilia is the next contestant on Teach Mark Something. Go for it, Cecilia. Unmute yourself. And hi, Mark. Go for it, Cecilia.
Hi, Mark. The other day, I went for a course and I learned about a fixed mindset, which is inflexible, a growth mindset, which is very flexible, and an innovator mindset, which is open to learning. I realized that if you have a fixed mindset in a learning environment, it will hinder you from learning. Does that make sense?
It does. Oh my gosh. I can think of so many people that are so stuck in their ways. And that's a really great framework. That's really cool. That's going to give me a lot to think about. So growth versus fixed. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Everyone drop some love in the chat and let Cecilia know that she did an excellent job because, folks, she did an excellent job. So just to wrap that up there, we got discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. Discover, realize, make sense. Let's just lock that in there. Everyone, if you drop a D and R and a make sense in the chat, and let's lock in that language there because everything is said for a reason and strategic. Excellent. Thank you, Cecilia. Really appreciate that. Now, what I want to do is bring a bit of a concept to the forefront of your mind here. And I'm just going to bring up what's called the cone of learning. So we've got discover, realize, make sense. And as we go through our workshops that we spend time together, highly likely you're going to hear a lot of discover, realize, make sense with me. So can you just drop a yes in the chat if you can see the cone of learning or the learning pyramid? Can you just drop a yes if you can see that on your screen? That's beautiful. Thank you. So here's the thing, folks. When I started to actually look into retention of information, when I started to actually really think about how people remember information and how different ways impact the learning that's received, I started to look into things like the cognitive learning, the learning pyramid. And I started to look at, wow, this little study that they did in regards to how much people took away from different modes of learning. And as you can see here on the pyramid here, with 10%, 20% for audio-visual, i.e. watching something, listening to it. Demonstration, 30%, 50% is discussion, 75% practice doing, 90%. Drop in the chat. What does the 90% relate to, folks? What does the 90% relate to? What does the 90%? Teach others. Rachel, awesome. You see, here's the thing, folks. As soon as we are put in a position where we actually have to teach something to someone else, we have to actually own the information. And when we get to a point where we own it, we retain it. So ownership equals retention. Ownership equals retention. What I'd love you to do, drop the word ownership into the chat box there for me. Ownership equals retention. Because when I need to go off and research something, it becomes part of who I am. I become active in the learning process, right? Now, a bit of a leading question here, but looking at the learning pyramid, would you say that most training and education out there is focused on the top half or the bottom half, folks? The top half or the bottom half? When we're training, are we doing most of it? Yeah, beautiful, Rachel, you picked it up, right? And the thing is, like, just speaking from my own experience, right, when my daughter, as I said yesterday, she's 18, and over the last 3 or 4 years, she's been asking me, Dad, can you teach me to do something? Dad, can you teach me to do? Drop in the chat. What do you think my daughter's asked me to teach her to do? Well, what do you think she asked me to do? She teach me to take it to the car park. Beautiful. Yeah, ride a bike. Yeah, beautiful. To drive a car, right? And to drive a car, right? And very quickly, as soon as I got in that car, trying to teach her how to drive, I quickly knew how little I knew how to drive a car. Or she would say, Dad, you're holding the steering wheel wrong. That's not how the instructor tells us how to do it. And I'm like, okay, right. But I was put in that position of the limits of my knowledge, right? And the thing is, if we want to help people retain information, the fastest way to do it is to actually get them to teach each other. Now, for me, this point was really driven home when I met a gentleman called Greg. Now, Greg was part of my TAE many years ago. He was burnt out. He was a painter. He was a painter that actually taught high school kids how to paint. And he used to drive around in a big truck and get the apprentices on the truck and get them to paint the walls, all that fun stuff. But Greg was getting very burned out. And he was getting tired of training. And I said to Greg, well, yeah, but have you heard about this concept? He goes, no. I'm like, well, you could. He's like, maybe. And then he actually was open to it and went back to his workplace or his truck there. And he started to actually get the participants actively involved. So he would actually teach something, then he would put them in pairs, actually get them to teach each other what they had just learned. He would walk around the room, make sure everyone was teaching it the right way. Then he would swap them over and he would give feedback, obviously, through the process there. Strangely enough, he found the learners did a lot more of the work, he did less, and suddenly he fell back in love in training again. And he found a lot more students actually passed his training. Great idea. Then also in my paramedic experience, I used to be a training manager at a paramedic college here on the Gold Coast, training people to be ambulance officers, all that fun stuff. Now, this particular organization was running workshops, 2-week workshops, but they actually had a huge dropout rate. And out of maybe say 20 students, only 10 were actually getting through the course. A lot of people were falling out and they weren't able to pass the assessments. I went in and I actually taught the trainers this. And I said, look, if we want to get the students learning more and more comfortable when it comes to the assessments, we need to be shifting from a passive approach to an active approach. Now I go, oh, I don't know. And we implemented this stuff. So we said to them, okay, let's start training it differently. And what we did was we got them to actually put people in pairs and they learned the CPR, they learned the scenarios, and then one person taught it to the other person, trainer walked around, listened to it, gave feedback, they turned and switched it over again. And lo and behold, competency completion or course completion went up to 75%, if not 85 to 90%. And we found that as soon as students started to own the information, everything shifted and changed because it was no longer hoping they got it, but they were actively involved in it. What I'd love you to do is, if you can start to see maybe the power of getting people to teach each other, you just drop a yes in the chat. and let me know that's kind of making sense there as I explain that. So what I realized is that if we want people to remember things, we start to need to think strategically. Because at the end of the day, reading is not bad, but getting person to actively involved in the reading is the most important thing. So for example, when I read, sometimes my wife is surprised, why can you remember the author's name? Why can you remember exactly what page it is? And I'm like, well, I just read differently. I read to teach. I listen to teach. And everything I sort of take in, I have that mindset of, okay, if I had to teach this to someone else, what would I do? What would I remember? And all of that stuff, right? So not yet, but a moment. What I'd love you to do is you can head into a breakout room and simply share with your partner, for your partners there, for you personally, what's one thing that's really stood out to you from the learning pyramid or from the concept of getting learners to teach each other? And if you're interested in where all this also comes from, it basically comes from the world of accelerated learning, right? Accelerated learning basically speeds up learning and helps people basically maximize their efficiency and their time in learning concept there. So on that note, I'm going to send you guys into your room and simply have a chat. What did you discover? What did you realize from this conversation around the learning pyramid? And I'll bring you back very shortly there. So head into your rooms and I'll bring you back shortly. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. I'm coming straight over to Leah. Leah, if you could sum up what two things that were mentioned in your group chat there that really stood out to you. You're a bit of a team leader there. It could be, all right, in our group, two things that were said that were really profound were this and this. Don't need to say who said it, but go ahead, Leah. What were two things that really stood out to you in that conversation? Go for it, Leah.
We're talking, one of the things that stood out was the, receiving of information, constant information that we get in our worlds, in our workplace, and that we read it and that's it. We kind of read it. It's not until we're having to pass it on to somebody else that we're actually realizing how much we've retained. And there was a really good point brought up about study as well. So obviously returning to study and learning a lot and being talked at, I guess, kind of in a study situation, and realizing when you're recounting to family and friends what you've learned, that you realize how much information that you're actually taking on.
So well said. So well said. Awesome. I love it. And yeah, as someone crazy once said, if you can't explain it, then you probably don't really know it. And if you can't explain it in very simplistic terms and share it with other people, then you don't really know it. And I think it was Albert Einstein, that someone misquoting him, that said that. But yeah, great point there. I love it. And that learning pyramid and that whole concept of the cognitive learning, whether we believe in the numbers totally or not, and many people dispute the study, at the end of the day, for me, it just makes common sense and just reminds me that ownership equals retention. And unless I get my learners to actually retain it, then nothing has really changed. And basically, one thing that we will talk about over the coming days is the 4 stages of learning. And I'll basically just let you know that there are 4 stages. And unfortunately, many times, many training rooms are like Las Vegas, right? And what I mean by Las Vegas is what happens in the training room stays in the training room, all right? And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? But what we want to create is as much knowledge transfer and training transfer outside the training room as possible, right? So on that note, thank you so much for sharing what you did in your group there. Really, really appreciate that. And not yet, but we're going to have our first break for the day. We're going to come back and I'm going to teach you 2 quick evaluation methods that we use for training. And then we're going to dive into a document. So over the break time, I am going to send you through an email with, I believe, 1 document that you'll be saving. And you'll be saving it into what's called the trainer matrix folder, the trainer matrix folder. So look out for that email. But my clock is saying 9:14. So let's take a break and let's come back at 9:35 would be a good time. I'll see you back here at 9:35. Thanks, team. Leah's back. Rachel's back. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. So before we go any further, can you just drop a P in the chat and let me know that you're alive and breathing, ready to go? And that would be fantastic. Awesome. What I would also like for you to do is just from the word ownership into the chat box there, and let's lock in that neural pathway of ownership equals retention. Ownership equals retention, right? That is the defining characteristic of learning. Has it taken place or not there? So what we're going to do now is we're just going to have a quick chat about training evaluation. So if you are taking notes, go ahead, write down training evaluation. Once you've written that down, just drop an R in the chat, and that'll let me know that you're ready for the next piece there. And then I will go ahead and bring up my magical slide. So training evaluation, and that'll be really cool. Awesome. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Rachel. All right, so and Cecilia, I'm sure that you're going to drop an R very shortly there. So all we're doing, we're dropping in training evaluation on our notepad. Yep.
Sorry, I had a question. You had written on the board just before we left. You had written 4 stages of learning.
Yeah.
So that's one of them.
4 stages of learning we're going to talk about tomorrow morning, and I'm just letting you know that the 4 stages exist, and I'm making you curious, and we're going to chat about it tomorrow. So don't worry, I will definitely let you know, but I'm going to save that for Simone and for Stella as well. So all good. Great question though, and definitely going to teach you those 4 stages. So really exciting. So great question, and let's come on. Okay, I think yeah, all good. So on that note, on the screen there, you should have the slide showing up, and basically what we've got in the vet sector is the quality indicators. All right, quality indicators, and quality indicators are the 3 ways that the regulator will judge an RTO's success. So what I'll be to do is just drop QI into the chat box there for me. Quality indicators, QI, drop it in. Beautiful. Now, we have the regulator. Yesterday, we talked about who the regulator is. Let's see if you guys remember who is the regulator for the vet sector. It's an organization that starts with A and finishes with A. Drop in the chat. Beautiful. ASQA, Australian Skills Quality Authority there. So there's 3 things that they really look at. There's many things, and they look at compliance towards the standards there, the 8 standards, but there's 3 quality indicators. First one is competency completion. So on the slide there, we got competency completion. And basically that is how many people start and how many people finish. All right, so competency completion. So how many people start the qualification and finish it. All right. So just so I know that you got that one, just drop CC in the chat there for me if you could, please. Competency completion. Now, naturally, you want as many people finishing as possible. However, if you've always got 100% completion, that can look a little unusual and odd there as well. Right? So next one is learner engagement. So learner engagement. All right. And at the end of a course, what do you typically get your learners, your students, your candidates to fill out, folks? Drop in the chat. What do we normally get people to fill out? We get them to fill out a feedback form, feedback survey. Absolutely, right? So that is the way that basically the regulator is going to check how happy your learners are, right? So learner engagement is basically how happy are the learners, right? It is very important way to judge success. And then the third one there is employer satisfaction. So I'm just going to drop that word in there, satisfaction. So employer satisfaction. So basically, how happy is the employer with the training? So for example, if one of our clients hypothetically could be the Queensland Fire Department, I'm just making this up, I won't reveal clients, we would deliver training to them and say, well, how happy were you with the training provided, right? So I got employer satisfaction. Now we got competency completion, learner engagement, and employer satisfaction. I'm going to ask a naughty question. Out of 1, 2, and 3 here, folks, what do you think is the most important? Competency completion, or learner engagement, or employer satisfaction? Drop in the chat. Okay, everyone said learner engagement. Very interesting. So I'm just going to pose a scenario to you, a real life scenario that I had as a lead trainer. So I used to have about 9 trainers working for me or working with me, and I had 2 trainers, Janelle and Joe, right? And we'll call them that because that was their real names. So we had Janelle. Now, Janelle was an amazing trainer, and learner engagement was off the chart. Everybody loved Janelle, right? Everybody loved giving her all 5s on the feedback forms. Challenge with Janelle, though, was she would have a group of 20 students, but sometimes only maybe 10 or 11 or 12 students actually completed their qualification. Now, Joe, on the other hand, Joe was a little bit different. Joe was actually from the Middle East. Joe had a bit of an interesting personality and occasionally annoyed some people and was extremely academic. Now, he got a lot of complaints about him, but the thing was, Joe actually generally got 95%, if not 100% completion. Drop in the chat, who do you think is potentially the better trainer, Janelle or Joe? Drop in the chat. What do we think, folks? There is a third option, but Joe. All right, awesome. The challenge is, though, that competency completion and learner engagement are actually both very, very, very important. And I needed to be able to have conversations with Janelle and conversation with Joe to be able to balance out their performance. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense. Because at the end of the day, we didn't want complaints dropping on Facebook and, people being very upset at Joe all the time. And we also needed Janelle to be able to ramp up her ability to get information across, right? So generally my feeling, when I first started in training, I chased the learner engagement. I was so fanatical about getting good feedback, but often competency completion wasn't there, right? So I realized over time, the balance is the most important thing, right? So what I'd love you to do, just drop a B in the chat there for balance. If you just lock in that idea, it's all about the balance. It's not about just keeping them happy. Very, very important, but you don't want to keep them happy but in the expense of getting them through. So on that note, we've also got another bigger picture model that we can actually use to evaluate training. And I'm going to share that with you now. I technically shouldn't, but it's because it's part of the diploma of TAE, but it's a great model that I'd love you to be aware of. And it's called the Kirkpatrick model. I'm just going to drop that name into the chat there for you. Kirkpatrick model of training evaluation there. So basically, what I'd love you to do, drop a yes or a no in the chat if you've ever heard of the Kirkpatrick model. You just let me know if you've ever heard of it. Cecilia has said yes, awesome. Great said yes, fantastic. And Leah is going to say no. Awesome. So on that note, basically, we've got this model here, and level 1 reactions is basically what they say in the feedback form, okay? And level 2 is basically, did they get through the assessments, and how was that going with the assessment completion? Did they get answers correct? Did they learn what they should have learned, so to speak? Third is, did they change their behavior or not? Okay. So level 3 is, was there a behavioral change? Ideally, yes. If not, well, maybe the training wasn't as effective as it needed to be. Level 4 there is the results. What organizational benefits resulted from the actual training taking place? Now, there is a level 5, and you may or may not be aware, but there is a level 5, which is ROI, return on investment, and you may see that in different variations of the model there. Now, the reason I share this with up-and-coming trainers or even existing trainers is just to remind them that there is a bigger picture to training, and it's not just about showing up and going through the plan. It's actually thinking about the flow-on effect from everything that we do in the training room to actually impacting the behavior and the organization at a bigger picture or a bigger level. All right. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense and you can maybe even see the value of this model here. Again, it's a great conversation starter and something to talk about in a training room. If someone's getting a little bit too lost in the tree, so to speak, and they're missing the forest, right? So we've got the quality indicators, very important, and then we've got evaluating training with the Kirkpatrick model. So earlier over the break there, I sent you through an email, and in the email it said trainer matrix with notes or something like that. Can you just drop a got it into the chat box if you were able to get that email? And that email came through you. That'd be awesome if you could let me know about that. Yeah, beautiful. All right, so I am going to bring up the document, all right? And we're going to work through it as we do. And if you got any questions or if you need more time as we go through it, just drop a T in the chat and that'll let me know that you need more time there. And to the amazing Rachel and Leah, it is a document that Simone will be filling out as well. This is being recorded, but if you can help her out with filling out hers, that would be great there. So I'm going to bring up this document here and can you drop an O for open once you've got it on your end as well there, and you are good to go. Awesome. Okay. So the thing is, folks, I have put this document together and I have filled it out with a little bit of prompting, all right, so that you guys know what to fill it out, and I've given you some examples as well. I'm going to put you in a breakout room and you've got 2 hours to fill it out. Just kidding, there's no way I would do that, right? But what we're going to do, we're going to fill it out together and we're going to make sure everyone is on the same page and we get it done, right? So let's check it out. If we got it open, the first thing that we're going to do is change the name of the document, and we're going to call it, let's go trainer matrix, and then first name, last name. All right. So trainer matrix, first name, last name. So if your name is Bill Smith, it'll be trainer matrix Bill Smith, or trainer matrix Rachel and I forgot your last name, Gibbons. So go ahead. Once you've changed the name, if you can just drop an S for saved into the chat, that would be great. Awesome. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Sophia. Awesome. Rachel, you're good? Awesome. Thank you. All right. So now let's check out this document. Okay. Now, some of this stuff has been filled out with a nursing example in mind. Right? So naturally, if you see nursing, it's like, well, I need to fill it out with some kind of example to illustrate a point. So just go, oh, just that's the point of it, right? Don't go, I'm not a nurse, right? It's just an example to work with. And naturally, we're going to change the details to fit your world there. So the trainer matrix is a document that basically shows how you stay up to date, shows how you stay current with your industry and what's going on in your industry. Now, yesterday we did a PD plan, and a PD plan is the future. The matrix is about the now and the past, the now and the past, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Now, with this document here, where it says your name, well, lo and behold, write in your name. So if your name is Bill Smith, put in Bill Smith. If your name is Rachel Gibbons, put in Rachel Gibbons, right? Once you've done your name, drop an N for name in the chat, and that'll let me know that you've done your name. Beautiful, not too hard, folks. So then on the right-hand side, we've got industry training package. So if you're doing the policing, we may go policing, or the, I think in Cecia's case, are you doing the youth disability,
Yeah.
or was it?
Social work. I think it's just social work.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Cool. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to place the date. So we're going to go 9th of May 2024. Okay. And Rachel and Leah, just reflecting on what we are looking at yesterday, probably I'm going to recommend that you guys go with the customer engagement one. Just drop a yes or a no or a go away mark if you're comfortable with that thought there, and that kind of makes sense for you guys. That'll give us more meat to work with. All right, so then we've got the training preparation and delivery here. So you're going to drop in whatever is, so training, prepare and deliver training on. So again, I'm going to say some stuff that's wrong, but that's okay. So prepare and deliver training on. So with the policing, let's go call taking, police systems, and maybe engaging the public. Again, that could be wrong, but I'm just trying to think of examples that kind of make the point. And then with the youth side of things, it could be, basically in here, I just love you to drop in 3 things that you would train people on. And even if you don't train them on now, it could be in the future. So it could be for the youth, it could be communication skills, it could be dealing with clients, and it could be work priorities or something like that. And once you've done that, just drop a D, and that'll let me know that you're done on that section now. Thanks, Rachel. Cool. Then assess and practice. Here, if you assess any task, assess people on. So in here, we're going to write in, well, what do you assess people on? So maybe you assess people on call taking. And it could be repeating the same thing above, or it could be different things as well. So go ahead, drop in 3 things that you would assess people on. Maybe it's laws and legislation. Maybe it's clients' interviews. I don't know. Just dropping 3 things that you would assess people on. Then when you're done on that, drop another D. Awesome. All right, so then admin, in here we could write something like checking enrollment forms, logging student results, and then if there's something else that comes to mind, it could be checking IDs. I don't know, whatever comes to mind. And then so I've filled out admin and filled out compliance there for you, but just drop in whatever would be relevant for the admin side of things. And naturally, if my answers are completely wrong, then change it to what is right for you. Phrase, might put that on a t-shirt. If I'm wrong, change it to what's right for you. I'm just thinking about t-shirts, or putting things on t-shirts. So anyway, admin. If, for example, you're responsible for enrolling them into a system or enrolling them into a training, then you could drop them in that. If you're responsible for allocating them to a course, maybe you need to do that. I don't know. Maybe you're responsible for giving them their badge and their gun, or maybe giving them a certificate or something like that, or getting them to fill out certain reports or onboarding, whatever it may be. And generally, I'm happy with just 3 things, so don't go overboard, particularly if you're a captain on the ship. Once you're done on the admin, you know what to do, folks. Drop a D and let me know. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. All right, so now let me zoom out a little bit and we'll come down to the next section here. So vocational training areas are delivered and assessed. All right, so Cert 3 in X or internal training on X. Okay, so basically what we're going to do here is yesterday we looked at some qualifications, and I gave you I think policing people, I gave you the I think it was it Cert 3 or Cert 2 in customer engagement? Can't exactly remember, but one of you may have written it down. And then I think, yes, Cert 2, beautiful there. And if Leah, if you remember the code and title, that would be epic if you drop that in the chat there. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to find it. And then, Cecilia, I believe I gave you the Cert 3 in, yeah, perfect. Actually, no, Leah, I want the other one if you can. The customer engagement. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's the one I'm looking for. Perfect. Cool. And then I think the Cert 3 in individual support was the other one that we were looking at for Cecilia. Okay. So go ahead, drop those in there, and then once you've done that, drop an R for ready, and that'll let me know that you're ready for the next phase. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to be a little bit creative on the next section here. And what I mean by creative is, well, you understand in a second. So, oh. All right, so I'm just going to help out Cecilia for a second here. So Cecilia, I'm going to, instead of listing every unit, what we're going to do is I'm going to just show you something. So in the course itself here, so we've got the core units. Hopefully that makes sense there. And then we're going to nominate, in your case, we're going to call it Group C Other Electives. Group C Other Electives. And so what we're going to do on your form is over here, we're going to go as per training.gov.au, core units plus Group C, other electives. Okay. So basically, we're going to say that we're taking it from there, and we'll deal with it that way. So that'll be good. Just do that, and we'll worry about it later. So then coming back to the Cert 3 in customer engagement, the Cert 3 in customer engagement. I'm just going to go and find that one there. So for the policing side of things, we're going to go core plus Group A electives. I don't want to get too hung up on this portion here. Generally, what you would do is you would list every single unit that you would teach, but at this point, for this form, I'm not going to go that extent. We're just going to make a mention of that there, if that's okay. And once you've done that, and what's relevant for you, just drop a D in the chat and let me know that you're good to go. Awesome. All right, so section 2, training assessment skills. Okay, I'm just going to be a little bit what's the word? Just gonna make sure that it's easier to see. All right, so I'm just going to drop this onto the next page. Don't panic. I'm just dropping it onto the next page so that it's easier on the fold here. And that'll be good. So basically this next section here, section 2, is training and assessment skills. Now this is asking you about your TAE, your TAE. So this one's kind of already filled out for you, but we've got yes, and then we've got that, so and that's next to the TAE22, and then to the right of that, it's got spec training and put in date of estimated completion. So what we're going to do, we're going to cut that out, estimated completion date. In that, I would put, what have we got? It's May. Probably, I can't remember what date you guys are doing your workshop 3, but estimated completion date, let's go by November 2024. And we're just going to go X and X on that. And again, I'm just throwing the date out there. I'm completely unaware of what dates you guys have got booked in for workshop 3. And that's okay. Got that later, but for the purpose of the form now, that's all good. Once you've done that, just drop an R for ready. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now we're going to come down, and section 3, we have a little bit of prompting already filled out for you here. But what I've tried to do is make it as supportive as possible. So we've got put in your quals, date you got it approximately, copy and paste TGA, whatever. So we got Cert 3. Now, if you got a Cert 3 in something, or a Cert 4, or a diploma, or whatever, right, then we've got list the units, yes, Bachelor of Medicine, and then we've got the date, and then the bit of a description. It says it provides the skill and knowledge for that industry, yes, right? So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to list any qualifications that we've already got. And instead of list the units, what we're going to do, we're going to say see transcript. All right, so see transcript. So Rachel and Leah, I'm not sure what qualifications you've already got. Maybe you've got something, or maybe you don't have anything at all. I don't know. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. For this section here, all I'd love you to do is, if you do have any qualifications that relate to what you do, just drop them in here. So in my case, yeah, I won't go into it. But so you may have a Cert 3 in something, or a Cert 4 in WHS, or a diploma in WHS. I don't know. But basically, I'm just going to give you about 5, maybe 6 minutes if you need it to list any qualifications you've got. Now, the date section here, if you don't remember when you got it, just make it up. Right, just make it up. I got my master's back in 2009 or 10, I think it was, but I would just put in 2009. And then for example, I don't remember what units I did in my master's, so I'm just going to write see the transcript. And then I'm just going to write yes for on file. All right. Now, I'm going to give you time to do it, but does anyone have any questions before I give you time to fill out this section? If no questions, just drop a no. If you have a question, just type it in the chat and I'll answer the question. But yeah, Rachel's like, no. Awesome. And oh, awesome. Yeah, beautiful. All right, so I'll give you about 5 minutes to fill this out, and ideally just drop in like 2 or 3 quals. That's fine. As you do it though, I'm just going to request that you get rid of the prompting up the top there because it doesn't need to be on the form. I'm here. I'm just turning my video off so I don't distract you. anyone gets complete, just drop a D for done in the chat, and that'll be fun. Thanks, Leah. Awesome. All right, so let me turn myself back on. So we're going to come down and section 4, vocational currency. And in here, we're going to drop in 3 places that we have worked or been active in the industry over the last, I don't know, 5 years. So in here, for example, I've said nurse. Well, she's been active at a local GP clinic and she's done random nurse duties. So what we're trying to show here is how have you been active or how have you been working in your industry? So this could be things like maybe you have worked in the various roles that you've worked in. So in Leah and Rachel's case, you maybe drop in the different seconded roles that you've had. And again, the dates and times, make it up if you need to. I'm not great with dates and times, so, you know, I think you're very broad. And then the duties performed, just be very broad in that. And only share what you can share, of course. But I'm just going to give you some time to fill out 3 roles that you may have been in over the last 5 years. So hopefully that makes sense. If you've got any questions, just drop in question and type it in. But I think you guys should be okay. When you're ready, folks, you know what to do. Just let me know. Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Cecilia. Awesome. We'll come down to the next section here. And we've got section 5, currency relation training and assessment skills. So what we're going to do here is PD activities that you've done to keep your knowledge up to date in your industry. Note 3 things from the last 6 months. So this is kind of like, what have you done in the past 6 months to keep you up to date with what's happening in your industry? So as the example says here, I've got a webinar on using XYZ. All right, then I made up the date. I made it up. So you guys can think of something you've done over the last 6 months. Maybe you've read a book. Maybe you subscribed to something. Maybe you attended something. Maybe you went to a staff briefing. I don't know. A length of time, and then maybe it was over a couple of months. I don't know. Another thing here that you can add is you can say started my TAE22 course with spec training. All right. If you can't think of anything else, that's something definitely you can add in there. And it helped me with understanding training in the vet sector. So go ahead, drop in 3 things that you have done or you could imagine you have done over the last 6 months and fill out that section there. So just drop in 3 things, and once you've done that, you know what to do, folks. Just let me know. We're tracking team. Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Cecilia. Thanks, Rachel. I'm going to ask a naughty question. Rachel, Leah, do you guys kind of feel comfortable with the form here and potentially an ounce of confidence to maybe be able to share this form with Simone? If you don't, that's okay. There'll be the recording, but yeah, awesome. I think you guys should be okay. I mean, if you show her what you've created, I think she should be good there. So awesome. So we're going to come down, and that form is now officially done. Everyone, go ahead and drop a yay in the chat, and let's celebrate the yayness. It's weird. So anyway, I will make a mental note to never say that again. So we've got this form that's been done now. So you can click save on that document. Click save on that document. And once you've saved it, just drop an S in the chat and let me know that you've saved it. And that'd be cool. Beautiful. Okay, so we're now going to come over to the Magical Moodle. We're going to come over to Magical Moodle, and within Moodle, we're going to have a chat about uploading our first thing. Okay. Now in Moodle, I'm just going to bring up a whiteboard here. So in Moodle, I'm just going to clear that. So in Moodle, we are going to upload PD plan and trainer matrix. Upload PD plan and trainer matrix. Upload trainer plan, PD plan and trainer matrix. Hopefully that makes sense there too. So we've got over here on the left-hand side here, we've got, and maybe what I'd love you to do is, can you go and find your Moodle? And then once you've got it open, just type open in the chat. That would be great if you could, please. Awesome. Thank you, Leah. Very cool. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Rachel. Awesome. Okay. So what we're actually going to do is I'm going to show you how to do it, then you're going to do it, and we're going to have a break. Because as much as possible, if we can do things and then upload things, that means I don't need to chase you to do things, and we're doing it real time. So we've got into Moodle here. On the left-hand side, we've got working in the vet sector, and we've got online lessons, soft copy of your textbook, knowledge assessment, and practical project. Can you just drop an F in the chat for founder when you've found where it says practical project? All right, so Rachel's good, Leah's good. Awesome.
I don't seem to have anything on my Moodle.
So do you have a My Courses screen like this, or?
Yes, I have.
Awesome. So if you click, if you click this one.
Education.
So the writing there, the hyperlink.
No, I don't have that.
That's okay. What we'll do is we'll get Leah and Rachel submitted, and then you and I will have a chat at the end of the day, and we'll quickly go through it for you. So it'll be all good. And I may even take a look at your screen and see what's going on there.
I have it.
I do? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So then on the when we come in this section here, we got practical project. So we're going to click on practical project, and my internet's going to fail me. So then I'm going to come down, and can you see where it says add submission? you're going to click Add Submission, and you are going to drag those 2 files and drag it into this box here. Just drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. So you're going to drag and drop those files into here, and then you're going to click Save Changes and Submit. All right, just drop a yes in the chat if that's making sense. Awesome. All right, it's not too hard. You just drag the files, pop them in there. Once you know how to do it the first time, every other time it's going to be totally fine. But that's how we do it. So we play the game. So drag and drop those files, drop them in there, and you're all good. Now, just out of protocol though, as soon as you submit something, if you can send me an email and say, submitted by XYZ, that'll give me a prompting to know that you submitted it, and that'll tell me to go and mark it, because sometimes I don't get the notifications from Moodle to let me know that you have, right? So just get in the habit of, as soon as you submit something, just send me an email saying, Mark, submitted my XYZ there. So in this section here, we are submitting 2 files. We're submitting our PD plan and our trainer matrix, all right? So once you've done that, just drop a D for done once you've submitted it, and that would be great. Yeah, when I say submitted it, I mean the 2 things. Oh, Cecilia, very cool, very cool, very cool. Oh, that's right. Your name, Cecilia, is under something else, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Cool. All right, fantastic. So, Cecilia, very good. Yours has been submitted and received. So that is fantastic. I'm going to do a triple check here on Rachel's. Cool. So just Rachel, for next time, just be aware that I think there may be a second button to push. At this point, your draft not submitted. That's totally fine. I can go in and I can still mark it. But just when you do it, I think there's a second button to push. So just make sure that you push that extra button. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I think it may have just been saved, but I think you need to click submit after that or something like that. But that is all good there. And I'll just double check on Leah. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that's so polite. And Leah, I'll just try to find. Yeah, awesome, Leah. Looking good and happy days. And I'm going to stop sharing. All right, fantastic, team. Well done. Those 2 documents are submitted, and we have kicked those goals. Go ahead, give me another yay in the chat, and let's celebrate that fact there. Yay, yay, yay. Done, done, done. Awesome. On that note, folks, my clock is 10:30. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back, and we're going to jump into the first template that we're going to work with. We're going to get that template, that scenario done, and then we're going to have a chat about different approaches to designing training. All right. But just keep in mind, the first template that we're going to go through and play with, it's more of an experience on using the template. That's it, right? So don't be overly concerned. It's more just an experience of using the template, getting familiar with it, and some of the terminology. Then later on today, when we actually use your world and your training, the template will make even more sense. All right. So the first time we go through it, it's just like, cool, this is a template, this is a different section, and filling it out together. The second one that we do is going to make even more sense, right? On that note, 15-minute break starts now. See you back here at 10:45, folks. Back at 10:45. See you shortly. Thank you. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. And Leah is about to throw something at Rachel and say, turn your camera on. Very cool. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Drop a P if you can see me and you're ready to go. And you are present, alive, breathing, and ready to learn. Awesome. So on that note, earlier over break, I sent you an email. Drop in a got it if you got it, and let me know that you got those documents to send through. And also now, if you can drop an M in the chat if you have moved those documents and been able to move those documents to your design folder with the learning program plan 1 folder. Just move those documents into the learning program plan 1 folder that you created there. That'd be great if you could. Once you've moved it, drop an Leah's moved it, Rachel's moved it, Cecilia is moving it. I'm sure, if not already moved it. Fantastic. So I'm going to assume that Cecilia's all good there. So, and if anyone ever needs more time, just drop a T and that'll be all good. Cool. Okay, so we have time, no problem at all, no problem at all. For the people that are ready, I'm just going to bring up this document. This document is something that I sent you through, and we're just going to quickly look at it. That's all we're doing, is just a scenario. Awesome. Thank you, Cecilia. All right, folks, as you look at the scenario there, I'm just going to ask you a bunch of questions. You're going to drop your response in the chat. Drop in the chat, where is the training to take place? Where's the training to take place? If you're looking on your own screen and want to bring up the document, it was a document called Scenario Document. I believe that's the document that we were that I opened up there. Case study scenario, that's the one. Yep, so it'll be open on your end, but also hopefully on my screen here. So where is the training to take place? Where's the training take place? Somewhere in Australia. Maramba, beautiful. Thank you, Leah. How many staff members? How many staff? 10, beautiful. What kind of company is it? Security, awesome. And they are private security, beautiful. Sounds a bit technical and, you know, a bit of secret business stuff there. And why are they needing to undertake this first aid training? Why do they need to undertake this first aid training? Why are they needing to undertake it? Beautiful. All right, so as part of their license requirements there to undertake this first aid training. All right, so that's cool. That's all we need on that document. So I'm going to close that, and now I'm going to bring up the next document, which is the document titled Template Version 1. Template Version 1. I'm going to show show it on my screen here, and this is template for workplace project training program plan. So once you've got this one open, just drop an O in the chat, and that'll let me know that you've got it open there, and we'll be good to go. And I'm just going to move if you're doing funky things. Awesome. Thank you, team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay. So, cool. Alrighty, so we're going to fill this out and we're going to fill it out together. And the purpose of this is to get a sense of how to fill out the form so that when we would come to fill out the second one, we'll kind of know what goes where and all of that, right? So don't be too confused about it. We're just going through it as a bit of a practice activity to get us set up for the next one. Hopefully that makes sense there for you. And the reason why I guide you through it is so that you know how to fill out your next one, right? So when we go through it, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. I'm getting used to the form. That's all we're doing here, folks. So on that note, we're going to do it together. Then we're going to review it together. And then we're going to upload our first one here to Moodle, and that'll tick that box there. So let's come in here, and when you've got it open, you've typed open, happy days. So name of RTO in here, we're going to drop in spec training, that'll be great. So go ahead, drop in spec training where we've got the name of the RTO. And as always, as we go through this, if you never need more time, just drop a T, and that'll let you know that you need more time. And once you've done spec training, just drop a D and that'll let you know that you're good. Okay, cool. So we've got this unit that we need to cover, which is provide first aid. And I'm just going to drop in that for perspective so that you know where we're going with this and what's going on here. So we got provide first aid. Now, delivery period, I'm probably going to say 2 days for this training, right? So I'm going to go 2 days and that'll be good for delivery period there. All right. So once you put in delivery period, then you're good to go for the next piece. Okay. Yeah. So then target cohort, I'm just going to delete this information here. Okay, target cohort, I'm just going to delete that. Now, target cohort, how many staff were there, folks? Beautiful. All right, the wording is in the chat box there. So if you want to copy and paste, you can certainly do that. And that's just my dissemination of the information that's presented in the scenario there. So go ahead, drop that in. Once you're done, you can drop a D and that'd be cool. Thank you, Rachel. I love the old copy and paste. Excellent. Code and title. So code and title of the training package. It's a bit of an interesting one because it actually goes across 2 training packages. We've got the security training package and we've also got the health training package. So we're going to mention both of them, and I'll put them in the chat box there for you, and you can go ahead and drop it in when you're ready there. Beautiful. And then code and title of qualification. Well, in this case, they're only doing 1 unit. So we're just going to put that 1 unit in there. All right, so it says entry requirements. So in here, we're just going to put must be employed by the security company in. For prerequisites, basically prerequisite is any unit that must be completed before starting the next one. That's pretty much the way that we think about that. So sometimes qualifications can have prerequisites, other times not. That's totally okay. So for example, if you're doing the health qualification or something like that, there may be a situation where you need to do infection control before you do other units of competency there. So all good. All right, so units of competency in here, we've got HLT AID 011, and we got provide first aid, and that's the name of the unit these this group are doing there. I'm going to ask a silly question, but I'm curious about your answers. Drop a yes or a no in the chat if you've ever done first aid training before. Drop a yes or a no if you've done first aid training. And we'll see where people are. Rachel said no. Lisa, no. Okay, there you go. Funky, funky, funky. And Cecilia, have you ever done first aid training?
Yes, I said yes.
Oh, cool. You did so. There you go. I missed it. Totally missed it. Awesome. So we should have that unit in there. If you are ready for the next section, just drop an R in the chat and that'll let me know that you're good. Awesome. Cool. So, a bit of a leading one here, but in total, there's one unit. Okay. So, one unit. Yeah. So we're going to come down, and it says industry requirements of this program. Okay. So, I'm going to get rid of that wording, and as we know, this group of people need to update their first aid training. Generally, CPR is every 12 months, and then overall first aid is every 3 years. So I'm just going to drop that into the chat there for you, so you can copy and paste that over. And as we go through this, if ready for the next thing, just drop an R and that'll let me know that you're good. Okay, so next section here is implementation guide, companion volume requirements. I'm just going to drop a generic statement in there. All training must align to the ARC guidelines. So there is the Australian Resuscitation Guide Council, and they put together guidelines and all that fun stuff there. So you can drop that in the section where it says implementation guide, companion volume requirements. Awesome. So if we come down, we've got duration. I would love, I am going to say, let's go with 2 days. And that would imply that we get rid of weeks and we get rid of months. Yeah, so what we're going to do here, and you'll understand it even more later on when we do our second form, is in here, we're going to create some program areas or themes of the training, right? So we could, if we were doing more than one unit, we could have, for example, operations, communication, safety, and we can set up all these program area names. Then what we do is we allocate different units to those program areas. Now, in this case, we've only got one unit, so we've just got first aid in the field, and then we've got the name of the unit there. To the right of that, I've put expected hours 20. Now, the reason for that is we're going to assume that the students are going to do some work before they come along. And then they're going to come along, do the training, and then afterwards they may even be assessed as well. But for this point, we're going to do expected hours for completion of this unit is 20 hours, and that'll be good there. So the physical training will be 2 days, but there's going to be more before and possibly after there as well. So drop an R in the chat once you've dropped in the program area, the unit code, unit title, and expected hours. And if you are ready, then just let me know that you're ready. Awesome. Next section, it says delivery modes. The program is delivered at, let's go on site at the security firm in Maramba, Queensland. Awesome. Now, in the next section, we're going to decide how we're going to train it, all right? And we've got a bunch of different things that we can choose from here. So we've got simulations, projects, collaborative group activities, demonstration, reflective practice, formative assessment tasks, all right? So what I'd love you to do is just look at the choices there and let me know, what are you picking? A, B, C, D, E, or F, or all of the above? Totally don't mind. Drop in the chat, what are you thinking there for how you're going to deliver it? A, B, C, D, E, what are you thinking? Could be any of the above or none of the above. Well, definitely to be some of the above. But what are we thinking? Are you thinking A's and B's and E's, or A, B's and C's, or what are we thinking? Awesome. This here's gone all, okay, great. So in order to put in your answer, the best way to do that is you're going to just drop an X in the boxes that you like. I don't know what you're going to choose. That's totally fine, totally up to you. Whatever you choose is up to you. So go ahead, indicate how you're going to deliver that program there. And when you're done on that, just drop an R in the chat and that'll let me know that you're ready. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now we're going to come down to the next section, which is learning support materials available for this program. Okay. So in here, I'm going to go, first one is, let me go textbook. Let me go trainer guide, and let me go PowerPoints. Now, what other equipment are we going to need in order to teach a first aid course? And knowing that maybe we're going to be dealing with snake bites, asthma, cuts, CPR, all that fun stuff, medical equipment, excellent. So feel free to, so maybe let's go first aid kit. Cool, what else do we think, folks? Drop it in and let me know what you're thinking. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. Awesome. So that's the unit that we're dealing with there, folks. Provide first aid. What I would love you to do is, if you have a moment, I'd like you to click on the link and have a read through, particularly through maybe the performance evidence, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And I'd like you to find maybe 2 other things, maybe even 3, that you would need in order to deliver this training. It does mention anaphylaxis, so I've mentioned EpiPen. It does mention a couple of other things. I've mentioned the nosebleed, so you may want to have some tissues available. Don't know. But just have a read through and see what you can find, see what you can imagine, and drop them in the chat once you're ready to come up with 2 or 3 other things that you'd want to provide for that training there. Yeah, cool. So PPE, gloves, and face masks if needed. AED. Cool. Alrighty, I've had a bit of a moment here. I've forgotten to do something with you guys, and we're just going to take a pause moment and do it now before we forget. So this document, we are going to save it, and we're going to call it Learning Plan 1, first name, last name. So we're just going to take a moment now to save it. So we're going to keep working through it, but I just forgot to change the name. So we're going to call it Learning Plan 1, first name, last name. Once you've saved it, just drop an S in the chat and that'll let me know that you've saved it. Excuse me. Awesome. Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Rachel. Apologies for not saying it earlier. Thanks, Cecilia. So then I'm happy with the equipment that we've got there, and we can add other things later if we want to. So we'll come down now, and now we're going to look at, well, how are we going to contextualize it to their world, right? So let me just move my item here. So okay, contextualization requirements of the resources. We're going to say build role plays based on scenarios that would be typical of their work environment. E.g., heat, exhaust, heat, what's the word? Heat something, exhaustion, and then e.g. Snake bites, typical for that area, And EG, let's go with intoxication. Thanks, Rachel. All right, so again, we're dropping in that program area name, and we got first aid in the field. Pretty cool, man. So now we've got demonstration, oral, written questioning, portfolio, simulation, scenarios, and work observation. So I'd love you to just to decide how are you going to assess this unit. Now, already just looking at the unit, we can probably imagine a lot of it is going to be written tests, and a lot of it's probably going to be scenarios or simulation. So in order to reflect that, we've got B, so I'm going to drop in an X on there, and I think the other one is D and E there. Awesome. Coming down to the next section, there's a little box here on the right-hand side. I'm just going to help you out with that wording there. So have TAE22 and have up-to-date first aid unit. Okay. So this is looking at, well, what do the staff need to have as they are the ones delivering it there? So really important that we mention that. Thanks, Rachel. Okay, so the reason this looks like it does is technically you can have different trainers come in and teach different things. So you can have Jill come in and teach one thing, and you can have Bob come in and teach something else, right? So that's definitely a possibility. All right, so then we're going to come down, and when we can see reasonable adjustment. Now, this is not a term that we've introduced yet, but basically it just means, do you have anyone with disabilities and any areas that need to be changed for those people with disabilities? So if somebody can't read or write, what could we do for them instead, folks? Drop in the chat. If somebody can't read and write themselves, what could we do for them instead? We could do what, folks? Drop in the chat. If they can't read or write, then we could do verbal learning. Yeah, so we could ask them the questions and write down what they say. Yeah, so we could definitely do that. So that would be an example of a reasonable adjustment there. All right, so where it says reasonable adjustment, it says your organization name. We're just going to drop in spec training. All right, so spec training, and I'll drop that in there. So spec training. Okay. Now, I'll let you know that in reasonable adjustment section, there's one. Then student support, there's a couple. And then there's one on the next page here as well. any place that it says your organization name, you're going to put in spec training. Hopefully that makes sense. So where it says your organization name, just put in spec training. And then I'll just give you a couple of moments to do that. So when you've done putting in the names, just drop a D for done, and that'll let me know that you've put in spec training, spec training, spec training, spec training, spec training, spec training, spec training. Thanks, Rachel. And I'll drop in the next bit of wording here, if you haven't already put it in. All right, awesome. So once you've done organization name more times than you can poke sticker. So then we're going to move on to the hazard and risk and control and acceptable there. So in this section, we're going to imagine some things that could be dangerous that we may need to deal with them. So the first one to put there is broken chairs and tables in the room. And then control, replace the broken items, and then acceptable. Yeah. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat what are two other things that could be dangerous items or things to think about as hazard risk if you were delivering first aid training in North Queensland. Heat could be one. Yeah, very cool, Leah. And maybe another one to that is provide water if available. That's the weird thing to say. Organize, organize water to be available. Oh yeah, there you go. It's just, there you go. Bam, love it. Snake bites, insects, cords on the floor is another one that you can think of as well. So once you've filled out two more for this section here, just drop an R for the channel in the chat and let me know. Maybe a hazard or a risk is the trainer. Just a side note for Rachel and Leah. This form and how we're filling it out, when you support Simone with it, if you choose to, if you don't, it's totally fine. It basically, she'll be able to mirror, polite way to put it, what you guys are creating here. There's not going to be too much variation on it, what she creates. So then we're going to come down to, hopefully you can read between the lines. Foundation skills, language literacy, and numeracy. In here, we've got 3 places to put in spec training, spec training, spec training, spectacular training. So go ahead and where we've got the organization name 3 times, drop in spec training. Once you've done that, just drop in D for done. Also, the craziest thing at first aid training, I once actually saw a learner. He was in the front row, and he actually had a cardiac event in the training. And it was one of those moments of it's like first aid trainer. You actually know what you're doing. So yeah, it's like a real world event. So interesting to watch. I know. Of all the times to have a cardiac event, I guess it was in a safe location. Cool. So spec training, spec training, spec training. So training aids and required in here. So we're going to go internet. I want an available room, and I'd love a U-shape. I would want laptop, PowerPoints, and let's go observation checklist, written test, and what else? Answer sheets and training equipment as per above. Once you've copy and pasted it in, you know what to do, folks. You know what to do. Thanks, team. All right, so now, one of my big beefs with first aid training is that many times there's not enough practice time. For anyone that's been part of first aid training in the past, you may agree with me on that, you may not, totally fine. But one of my beefs with the industry of first aid is that it's often straight into the assessment without enough practice. And that can often be across many industries in the vet sector. But day one, let's go day one, and let's actually give it a date here as well. So let's go the 10th of May, 2024 there. And let's go session title. Let's go with Intro to First Aid and Intro to First Aid, Real World Skills for the Outback. That sounds pretty cool. And then we're going to go 8 hours here. 8 hours, right? All right, so we've said day one, we've said day two, we dropped in a date, and then we've said practical assessments day and real world skills for the outback. Once you've done that, folks, you know what to do. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now we're going to come down and I'm just going to give you a big picture overview. So hypothetically, in this case, we're just doing one unit and there's just 2 days worth here, right? But later on, when we do a full qualification, there's probably going to be like 10 days worth or 15 days worth that we would map out, and we'll put in the date, and we'd put in the session title, and we'll put in how many hours each workshop is going to go for. So we're going to come down and we got the assessment validation review process. So I'm just going to give you some, I guess, terminology. Assessment validation is basically quality assurance for the assessment. Quality assurance for the assessment. This is already filled out for you here. And basically it's how and when is the program going to be reviewed. Okay, so here in this section here where it says developed by, go ahead and put in your name, and then position, we're going to go trainer and assessor. And then date, we're going to go 9th of the 5th, 2024 there. All right. And once you've done that, then just yeah, no problems. Yeah, awesome. So basically, we're just coming down here and we're just dropping in our name and the date. Once you've done that, just drop a D for done. Awesome, thanks, Rachel. And if you are done, you can click save on this document. You can click save on the document. Awesome, thanks, Leah. Alrighty. So now we're going to save that, and you can close it. You can save it and close it. Once you've saved it and closed it, just drop an S in the chat, and that'll let me know that you've saved it. Awesome. So just going to wait a couple more seconds there. Now, in the email that I sent out earlier today, there was, and I'll bring up the email so that you know what planet I'm on here. And so I'm just going to show it to you. So in the email that I sent out earlier today, there was a document called Design Cluster TPP Review. All right. So that one there. Once you've found that and got it open, if you can just drop an O in the chat and let me know that you've opened it, that would be great. While I just draw silly things on the screen here. Awesome, happy days. Okay. Just gonna get crazy with my annotation. So once you've got that open, the document itself looks like this, all right? And we are going to rename it. We're going to change it to a different file. We're going to call it Learning Plan 1 Review Form. All right. Learning Plan 1 Review Form. You can put first name, last name if you want to, but no biggie if you do or you don't. All right. Awesome, Leah. Happy days. All right. So next piece is not hard. It's just a case of you need. It's not even something to really teach you, but what you need to do is you need to put in two names into this section here. So you're going to put in your name plus someone else, right? So if you're Rachel, you may put in Rachel plus Cecilia. Or if you're Leah, you may put in Leah and put in Rachel's name as well. So in that section, we're dropping in two names, all right? Two names. Once you've done that, just drop a D. But make sure you got two names in there. Don't just put your own there. All right, cool. Thanks, Leah. And then the review date is going to be today's date, which I'm sure that you're already all over. Excuse me. Okay. So then we're going to come down and basically we're going to drop in a yes or a no and then drop in a comment if it's a no then. All right. So target cohort details. Is the target cohort described in enough detail? In me personally, I'd love to know a little bit more about the learners. So I'm going to go a no on that one. I'm going to drop a X. Comments and recommendations. Would be good to know the learners learning styles before the workshop. And prior first aid training experience. I personally would love to know if any of them have done any first aid training previously. That would help me out. If they haven't, great. If they have, great. It'll just let me know if I was a trainer on how to tailor the training there. Sure. But once you've done cool. Once you've done the first one there, the target cohort, thank you, Rachel, kicking it off. Awesome. Okay. So target training package code and title, it's going to be yes, absolutely, because we got it right. Okay. Unit suitability, yep, absolutely no issues there. So unit suitability, and then packaging rules, I'm going to go yes on that one as well. Industry requirements, yes. Delivery modes, I'm going to go no. All right, so we got delivery modes done, and we got clustering is a yes, for sure. And then we'll have a chat about support materials. When you're ready, you know what to do, folks. Thanks, Leah. Awesome, thanks Rachel. Thanks Leah. Alrighty, so we'll come down and student support, I'm pretty happy with, no major dramas. Program risks, I'm going to go no, and I'm going to put in need to mention fire evacuation. Alrighty, then when you come down here, you're going to put in your name, initials, name of other person, and when you've done that, the form is done, and you can drop a D in the chat, and that'll let me know that you're done. Thanks, Isia. Cool. All right, so this form is now officially done, so drop a yay, that'd be cool. Let's celebrate the completion of that. And now what we're going to do is, for this task that we've been completing here, we've actually been working on, I'm just going to come back to Moodle, the magical Moodle, for a moment here. We've been working on Training Program Plan 1 case study. Training Program Plan 1 case study, okay? So what I would love you to do is open up your Moodle, and if you could drag and drop Training Program Plan 1, or whatever we call it, Learning Plan 1, first name and last name, and then we had the review form. And what we're going to do is we're going to upload the review form and the learning program plan, and ideally the no, let's just keep it at that. So upload those two documents into this section here, where on the right hand side, I'm going to do some more annotating because I think it's cool, where it's got Training Program Plan 1, we're going to upload it to there. All right, hopefully that makes sense. If you have any problems finding it, just let me know, and we'll work through it together. Oh, how cool is that? What skills? I love my job. Much fun. I definitely failed art class. So, as you are throwing tomatoes at me there, go ahead. Once you've uploaded it, you know what to do, folks. Drop an email towards me. But basically, you're going to upload the review form and the learning program plan 1 into training programs. Oh, crack myself up. Gonna get rid of that. So on the left-hand side, we've got designing training and training program plan 1. Once you've submitted, shoot me an email, and I'll see those as they come. Awesome. Thank you, Rachel. Just got a quick notification that you submitted. Excellent. Oh, too good, Rachel. Awesome. Nice work, Leah. Excellent, Cecilia. Fantastic, folks. Fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that there. All right, cool. So on that note, not yet, but in a moment, we're going to head off to lunch. All right. And when we come back, we're going to look at those design strategies that we've been talking about there and get a little bit creative. Then we're going to jump into filling out that template, that form, based on the qualifications that you guys would deal with or touch on. Now, I'm going to speak off the record for a second. Hopefully, Simone's able to get back in time for that. But by my clock, it's 11:45. What we'll do is we'll come back at 12:50, and hopefully she's back by that time. If not, that's totally fine. She's on her way in now. Awesome, right? So that'll work out perfectly. So I'll see you guys back here at 12:50, and then we'll be able to move into the next section. And happy days. So just so I know that you got that, drop at 12:50 in the chat. And that'll let me know that you know where we're headed and what time we're going to come back. Awesome. Thanks, team. I'll see you shortly at 12:50.
And there, that's great. Oh, oh,
You're right.
yeah, it gets stuck in my ear.
Oh,
I'm just a little bit special.
don't worry, it keeps pushing out my earrings. I have to keep taking them
Oh.
out.
That's the worst thing about this job. The amount of nice earrings I have that I can't even wear. They hurt my head when I'm here.
Yeah, my ears were hurting the other day. Being back on the phone.
Oh,
I'm not used to this now.
I fucking took notes. Oh, what did I do? Maybe I didn't put them on my OneNote.
Hi, Simone.
Oh, hey, Mark. Oh, hang on. Oh, I am unaudioed. Sorry.
That's
I'm like,
all
I
right.
keep forgetting to press there.
I've been hearing about your earrings. So
Oh, you got to hear about my earrings? Yeah. Because we wear headsets all day. So you get these nice earrings with backs and you can't wear them because it hurts your ears.
yes, not a
Big
problem I
problem. Big
face
first
yet.
world problems I've got here.
It is. So Leah and Rachel have been having some fun. The there is
Oh, sorry, I haven't put my video on.
no, that's fine. I don't mind.
I'm very tired looking, so that looks amazing, I'm sure. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Rachel, Leah's just given me a bit of a rundown of a couple of the things. So I've had a look at, I've uploaded my learning plan,
Oh,
and
okay,
she
cool.
just gave me a little brief rundown through it. And then I had a look at the trainer matrix. So I've got to add in some of my qualifications, which I don't remember when I did them. So I'll have a look when I get home. And
Okay.
I'll finish those and add them in because they're probably, actually, to be perfectly honest, one of them is probably definitely out of date.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. So before we went to lunch, we were working on the learning plan 1 and learning plan review form. Now,
Okay.
Rachel or Leah will send those through to you. Now, essentially, all you need to do on those forms is change their name to your name.
Okay.
Then upload to Moodle. Okay?
Yeah.
And they can show you how to do that. But basically,
Yeah, Leah already has,
there's nothing that you need to do different to what they've done. You could just add your names wherever it says their name, just put your name instead.
Yep. No, that's right. I've done that on the learner plan already, so that's good.
Yep. Awesome. And then I think the only thing outstanding would be the trainer matrix.
Yeah. So I'll just get that one done as soon as I can as well.
Right.
Yeah, I have a workplace health and safety diploma, but I did it about 10 years ago, and
that's fine. Just
I don't know if it's still current. I feel like those things need to be updated more than once every 10 years. So
all good.
I'm assuming the qualification still stands.
Put this. I'm not going to check today. It's more so just for a formality. So if you can round about the date, that's totally fine.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll leave that with you.
Okay,
And
great.
the only thing I'll just quickly mention with the PD plan and stuff. Okay, cool. So when you've got the PD plan and the trainer matrix done, then we can look at uploading those. So.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'll see you at 12:50.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Leah, Simone. Leah, should I let Rachel in? I'm not sure. Should I?
Rachel said she doesn't want to be let in.
No, I didn't think so.
You get one of us, not the other.
Are you guys going to misbehave now that Simone's here, eh?
I'm so glad you identified that Simone is the troublemaker.
Simone is always the drama, don't worry.
Try to argue the point.
Talking without using her microphone again. So yeah, Simone is the drama.
Wouldn't have picked it. So, awesome. All right. Well, welcome back, team. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a fun lunch there. Go ahead, drop in the chat. What'd you have for lunch? For me, I had a bit of Thai food. Drop in the chat. What'd you have? Did you have a tuna sandwich? Did you have a sausage roll? Did you have nothing at all? Did you have a pork and beans? Well, different. Greek chicken. That's very cool. Simone said nothing. Okay. There you go. Donut cough. Okay. There you go. Simone, I hope that you're not too hungry and your stomach isn't going to rumble as we go through the fun joy of putting together cool stuff. So on that note, if you can drop a P in the chat and let me know that you're all good to go and you're ready to learn, ready to be empowered, and ready to transform it. So earlier today we did some cool stuff and Simone missed out and she will forever regret that, but that's okay. Simone, I'm going to send you the recording and you'll hear many episodes of Teach Mark Something, so that'd be really cool and that'll make sense when you watch the recording now. So on that note, I'm just going to bring up my slides and we're just going to chat about volume of learning. So what I'd love you to do is, if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, if you just write down the word volume into your chat, into your notes, volume, just write the word volume. That would be epic. Write the word volume. Once you've written the word volume, drop a V. Drop a V for volume. If I can say that. In the chat there, beautiful. Simone, I'll see you back in the house. Awesome. All right, so just a random fact here, So different levels of qualifications have what we call volume of learning. And essentially what that means is to go from point 0 of I know nothing to I know something and I can do the thing. They have looked at the number of hours technically that should align for a certificate level here. So when we've got the certificate 4 here, looking at the chart, we've got volume of learning here. Technically, how long should a Cert 4 program or course go for? Drop in the chat, how long should it go for? Tell me in months, how long should a course go for? Let's see if you guys can pick it up on the chart there and drop it in the chat. What do we got? We've got 6, 12 months, 24 months. Beautiful, right? So we've got 6 months to certainly 2 years there. Now, let's rewind all the way back down to the beginning there. How long should a Certificate 1 take? Certificate 1, drop in the chat. How long should a Cert 1 take? Yeah, beautiful. All right, half a year to a year there. Absolutely. And now let's jump over to a diploma. Drop it in the chat. Diploma, what have we got? Give me a diploma. We got 1 to 2 years. Beautiful, right? So that information there, you can pretty much forget it, but just keep in the back of your mind that exists. And the reason it exists is that you may be aware for a long period of time, there was actually a lot of RTOs that were running through courses quite quickly. And ASQA, as you guys remember, national regulator, we're not so happy about that. Volume of learning always existed, but it wasn't really enforced, right? So back in 2016, 17, it really became a big thing. And so they really started to talk a lot more about volume of learning and tying it back to the standards, right? Let's check in with everyone before we move on. How many standards are there for RTOs, folks? Drop in the chat. How many standards are there for RTOs? Beautiful. Good job, team. All over it with 8. Love it, love it, love it. All right. And now if I ask you the question, who writes training packages? Who writes training packages? Let's see if you remember. What's the 3-letter organization that writes training packages? And drop it in there, folks. Who writes training packages? Beautiful. No. Put me back together before I have an emotional breakdown, Leah. Put the 3 letters that come to mind. The first one was started with a J. J. Yeah, it's Simone. Save of the day. Thank you so much. And Simone wasn't even here this morning. Thank you so much, right? So Job Skills Council. Job Skills Council. So I'm going to ask the question again so that we get it all good. Who writes training packages, folks? Drop in the chat. Leah, all over it. Thank you very much. That's what I like to see. Otherwise, I'll have an emotional falling apart. All right, excellent. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the world of designing training. So if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, if you could take a moment to just in your notes, write down the word designing training. I'm going to drop it in there. Once you've written up on your page there, if you could drop that word design, drop the word design into your chat box there, that'd be cool. Awesome, thank you, Rachel. Love your spelling there, Leah, fantastic. So in regards to building training, there's a number of different ways to do it and a number of strategies we can use here. So when we go through this, I'm kind of going to talk about training a little bit generically and not necessarily specific to the vet sector, but more generic, and then we can apply it to the vet sector. But let's come into the world of ADDIE and instructional design, all right? Drop a yes or a no in the chat if you've ever heard of the ADDIE model. Drop a yes or a no in the chat. If you've ever heard of the ADDIE model, beautiful, perfect, right? So the ADDIE model is often used for designing instructional materials, aka textbooks, but it's also used for putting together entire training programs, so to speak. I didn't say package, I said program. So there's basically 5 stages to the ADDIE model, right? Just so that I know they've got that, everyone drop the word ADDIE into the chat box there for me. So ADDIE. Sounds like a piece of medication there. So ADDIE, right? So basically it stands for analyze, and that means talk to someone or identify a situation, design a solution, develop the solution, put it together, implement the solution, and evaluate the solution or evaluate the training itself, so to speak. So we can analyze the problem or talk to the people, design a solution, develop the materials, implement the training, and then evaluate if it's worked or not. What I would love you to do in the chat there, can you tell me what number, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, do you think is often not given enough time, energy, and focus? Drop it in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Cecia's gone E, cool. 5, okay, cool. Leah said 5, cool. Feel free, other people, to disagree, put in your own thoughts. Rachel said 2, Simone said 2, okay. 1 also. I love it. Thank you, Cecilia. I like that hedging your bets there. I like it. So for me personally, I would actually say that most of the time for me, it's number 1. Because the thing is, many times people hesitate to really dive deep or do a deep dive on the analysis of the situation. But I have found in my life that the question I don't ask comes back to bite me on the, you can fill in the blank. The question I don't ask comes back to bite me on the. So there have been times when I've gone off and I've done corporate engagements. I've done the day or the couple of days. Then at the end of it, I said to the organizer or the stakeholder, I said, how was it? And they said, yeah, it was okay, but we actually wanted you to do X, or we wanted you to really focus on Y. And I'm like, huh, okay, well, you could have told me that. But then over the years, I started to take personal responsibility for that, and I started to realize maybe I should start asking better questions. So the question we don't ask comes back to bite us in the. Now, you guys are going to head to your breakout room, and let's go with, let me just swap that around there. So you guys are going to head into a breakout room. What I'd love you to do is you're going to come back with 5 questions that you would ask a client in order to analyze or understand their training needs. So a question could be something like, what are the outcomes that you are trying to achieve? Another question could be, will there be internet available? Well, that's a good question. Another one could be, how many people will need to be trained? It could be any question at all, but you're going to come back with 5 questions that you would ask a client in order to understand their situation, be able to develop a proposal for them to solve their issues, their challenges there. And let me go ahead and let me do that. And let me do that. On that note, folks, head into your rooms and I'll bring you back in about 2.5 minutes. And I think everyone is assigned. Good to go. I'll see you in about 2 minutes. Come back with your 5 questions that you would ask a client as you develop a solution. Go for it, team. Welcome back, team. Rachel, coming straight over to you. Rachel, go ahead and I think everyone's here. Maybe we're missing some. Yeah, there we are. Rachel, coming over to you. What was 2 questions from your group? What you got?
I liked the one that you said. So, what are the outcomes you're wanting to achieve? So I did steal that one. And then we've got all of the learners on the same level.
Very cool. I love it. Awesome. And at the end of the day, it's all about the learners. Nice work. Next, coming over to Leah's team. Leah, go ahead. What were 2 that you guys came up with there?
What changes would you like to see from your learners?
Wow, what an epic question.
And is this learning part of a larger training plan that we're going to build on the knowledge from this session?
Very cool. Very cool. Love it. Oh my gosh. Nice to have you all back in the house. Very cool. What I would love you to do now is drop one more in the chat, and it could be a simplistic one like logistics, like who's bringing the donuts, or anything at all. Drop in the chat. What is one more logistical question that you would love to ask? And where did your minds go? Where'd your minds go? What else did you guys come up with? One of my favorites is anyone going to have digital literacy challenges or language literacy and numeracy tests? Are they required to demonstrate competency? If so, how? Very cool. How much time commitment do the employees? Ooh, very nice, very nice. Cool. Who is target audience? Oh, thank you very much. Or are they new to the field? Very cool, Simone. You weren't even here this morning. Is there a time frame? Beautiful. And I'm sure you guys also had a chat about budget as well, right? So, how much money will be allocated to the venture or can be allocated. And maybe there's a piece around what's the acceptable time frame, how long you're looking for, and maybe there's even a mode of delivery. Do you want it inside, on like face-to-face? Do you want it online? How do you want it? And all those different questions there. For me, I do also love to ask about this room setup. So is a flip chart available? Is a whiteboard available? Will there be Wi-Fi? Will there be tea and coffee? What time do you expect to start, expect it to finish, and all that logistical stuff there as well. I also do love to ask about car parking if you're actually going to turn up on site there. Having said that, the questions that you guys shared just before are really great questions and are actually very high level questions that normally we don't get to. But one of the questions I just wanted to share with you that is a question that you can use within what we call a training needs analysis, but also in many other different aspects of life as well. So let's share with you my favorite training needs analysis question, and you may want to write it down, but it's something that you can definitely use in many, many different areas of life. So the question is, if I'm interviewing a client or putting together a program, the question I'm going to ask is the following. And the question is this. So the question is the following. Looking back in 6 to 12 months' time, how would you know that the training had been a massive success in your eyes? What would have had to have changed in the short term and long term? Yeah, if you're potentially liking this question and maybe seeing the power of this question as well. Because for me, this is a really, really powerful way to extrapolate somebody's success criteria. Because at the end of the day, you may think it's one thing, but they're actually got something completely different in mind. And they're like, oh, we want this fixed. But you come in with a different solution or a different outcome, and they go, misalignment. But drop a yes in the chat if you can see the power of this question and the, I guess, effectiveness of this being able to elicit exactly what you need to really know. And then they may say, well, we need customer complaints to drop. And then you go, oh, cool. And what I will then often do is say, yes, well, cool. What else? And they'll say something else. And I'll say, yes. And if there's anything else, what else would you love to see? And then they'll say, yes, yeah. All right, cool. And what else? All right. And then I may even ask the question, also looking back in 6 to 12 months' time, is there anything that you would be disappointed if you saw that happen? All right. So I may even drop in a disappointed if that was still happening in your workplace. All right. Because at the end of the day, everybody you talk to is going to have different definitions of success and what that looks like, right? So I want to get all of that out on paper because that's going to give me, as we talked about earlier and yesterday morning, clarity equals what, folks? Drop in the chat. Clarity equals what? Let's see if you remember. Clarity equals impressed me, beautiful, Leah, fantastic. Clarity equals power, folks. So that is absolutely one of my favorite questions to ask 2 weeks ago. Or I think it might have been even last week. I was talking to firefighters and delivering a course to them. I literally said to the organizer of the program, I said, you know, looking back, if these training had been completed, how would you know it had been an absolute success? And he said to me, well, everybody had got through it within the week and everybody had completed everything they needed to do and they got their certificate in a certain period of time. I'm like, okay, cool, yep. And anything else, is there anything else that you would love them to be able to do looking back in regards to skills or knowledge or performance? And he said, oh, no, they're kind of already doing a great job. We just need the certificate and get the piece of paper as quick as possible. I'm like, okay, cool. That gives me an image of how to make that man really, really happy. So training needs analysis question, looking back 6 to 12 months time. What I would love you to do is just so that we lock that into our memories here, if you just type in looking back, all right, just type in the words looking back and that'll lock into our memories there. Now, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, you can actually use this question in many different contexts. So, for example, if you're developing a project, if you're doing a project brainstorming thing, you can actually say to your team that's project brainstorming, you can say, hey, cool, looking back in 6 to 12 months' time, how would we know this project had been successful? What would you need to see? What would you need to see? What would you need to see? And you can get all the ideas out on the table. Now, the other thing is for a job interview, not saying you guys would ever go for a job other than what you're doing right now, but one of the great questions to ask in a job interview, and I always ask it, and I asked it when I came to Spec Training, was I said, as the person being interviewed, you know, they say, do you have any questions? I'm like, yeah, here's my question. My question was, all right, let's imagine, you know, looking back in 6 to 12 months' time, how would you, as an organization, know that you had picked the very best candidate for the job? What would they be doing? What would you be seeing? You know, how would you know you picked the best candidate? Drop a smiley face in the chat if you think that may be a powerful question to ask, and maybe you can see the strategic reason why you would ask that question. Because guess what, folks? Anyone that asks that question is demonstrating they put some thought into the question. And I've asked that question in every interview I've ever gone to, and it's been fascinating what they tell you. And guarantee they'll be very impressed you actually ask the question, right? And it completely changes the dynamic and the feel of the room, which is really cool. And it becomes more collaborative, all right? So looking back in 6 to 12 months' time, one of my absolute favorite questions there. Now, next piece, talking about designing training, right? So now let's come back to the old ADDIE model, right? So we got analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate. I've gotten off my high horse about the analyze side of things, but now let's chat about actually designing training. What I would love you to do is drop the word story into the chat box there for me, if you could, please. Story. All right, and after I stop making silly noises there, I'm going to come to my magical whiteboard here, and we're going to have a chat about storyboarding. Because the thing is, I don't know about storyboarding. I don't know about you, but I've got a lot of crazy ideas in my head. And for me, one of the things I suffer with is too many ideas going on in my head at the same time. Now, when I went through my public speaking training, we learned something that was a game changer for me. And it really helped me learn how to design training creatively and very quickly. Now, in order to learn storyboarding, or in order to do it, there's basically only 3 things that you need. There's only 3 things. There is 10 sticky notes. And I will come back to this screen here. Flip chart. All right, flip chart. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come back here and we're going to have a chat about storyboarding. You see, for me, I got so many ideas. I want to get them out of my head, but I also want to make it learner focused and learn outcome driven here. All right. So I'm just going to come here. Now, here's the thing, folks. If you ask me, all right, Mark, I want you to design a 5-day training on leadership. 5-day training on leadership. Cool. Got it. Or even a 10-day training on safety. Cool. The first thing I am going to do is I'm going to toddle off to Officeworks. The first thing I'm going to go is go straight to Officeworks. And I am going to buy butcher's paper, okay? And I'm going to go and buy a bunch of butcher's paper or flip chart paper. Now, you've told me you want a 5-day program. Fantastic, right? So the next thing I'm going to do is on each page of butcher's paper, I can't spell, butcher's paper, I will write day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you get the point there, right? So every page I'm going to write the title, right? So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, right? Now, hypothetically, if it's a 5-month program, same deal. Workshop 1, workshop 2, workshop 3, workshop 4, workshop 5, whatever it may be. Even if you're doing a 2-week program, whatever it may be there. So then what I'm going to do is, number 3 here, I am going to close my eyes and visualize. Sounds good because it kind of rhymes. Drop in the chat the word visualize. Drop in the word visualize. Visualize. Close your eyes and visualize. Close your eyes. Beautiful. So maybe that had too much time there. So I want to close my eyes and visualize, and I am going to imagine, what does a competent person look like? So let's say, imagine we're designing leadership training. All right, I'm going to close my eyes and visualize, and I'm going to think, okay, cool. So number 4 here, I'm going to go imagine what a competent person can do, aka the skills. So I'm going to close my eyes, visualize, and I'm going to think of all the things that they're able to do. All right, well, maybe they're able to have empowering conversation. Maybe they're able to do performance management. Maybe they're able to just walk around with confidence, and maybe they're able to create change and inspire people and do all these things. Then what I want to do is I want to open my eyes and write down on a sticky note everything that I thought of, right? Bit of a crazy idea, but we're going to get those ideas down on sticky notes, right? And we're going to have lots and lots of sticky notes, and we're going to get our ideas down onto paper on the sticky notes as quick as possible. As quick as possible. Then what we're going to do is we're then going to think of the knowledge items. Well, what an empowering leader need to know? Well, they probably need to know personality profiles, right? They probably need to know themselves very well. They probably need to be able to set goals for themselves and others. They probably need to know how to cast a vision, whatever it might be. They need to know these things, right? And again, I'm going to come to my sticky notes and get them down on the sticky notes. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start placing them across the 5 days in order of importance and difficulty. Okay, so I'm going to start to go, all right, cool. What does the person potentially need to know first? Well, they need to know this. So I'm going to pop that there, and then something else, and something else, and something else, and I'm going to get it across the full 5 days then. And we've also got the knowledge, so we want to put that across the 5 days there. Okay, So we've got everything kind of laid out there. And then number 8, very, very important, we then also want to think about attitudes, right? And so in here, we may also want to close our eyes, visualize, and maybe we want to have an emphasis on people being others, or maybe empathy, or all of that kind of stuff. We want to build in attitude activities there as well. Now, next piece is we want to reflect back and evaluate. And we may look at this program that we've created and we go, well, maybe actually this thing on day 4 is probably better on day 2. Or this thing on day 2, we move it to day 5. And what we can do is we can completely move things around as we think of things going on. And that's why the sticky notes is so cool then. But now number 10 is probably one of the most important, is get a second pair of eyes on the program. So what I always do is get someone that's completely irrelevant or not related to the program. I'll get them to come and look at what I put together. So on page 1, like workshop day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll walk them through it, and then I'll say, what could I make even better, or what order or what kind of structure changes could potentially we make that you see that I don't? Knowing that I may be a little bit attached to the program and I may need to be open to changing things. Drop a yes in the chat box if you would agree that sometimes people can be too attached to their own program. Then, yeah, absolutely, right? So then what we want to think about is, well, lo and behold, you can also then go in and you could drop in some break times. Maybe you decide that you want to put a break here and a break there and a break there. You can do breaks. But you could also do music. So if you want to put in music, so songs at particular places, you can do music as well. Right? And then what you can do is you can then grab your, I'm going to suggest something that you grab your phone and take a photo. All right. Now that seems a bit of a strange one, but the reason I'm saying that is learn from my mistake, right? There was one time at band camp where I was actually doing this entire storyboarding process on a veranda on the Gold Coast here. We had violent, well, not necessarily violent, but we had strong winds that actually blew, and they blew all my sticky notes off the flip chart. I cried. I was so upset. Didn't exaggeration, but it taught me the lesson, capture it once I've got it. And so I took photos of it. Then what I did is number 12 here, I typed it up to become my rough draft for each day. Right? So essentially, I had all these, close your eyes, visualize, had all of these ideas, got them onto sticky notes, and then got them onto the flip charts and was able to map out my program. And here's the thing, folks, when I worked at the paramedic college, wasn't too long ago, we actually had to transform our certificate diploma program into the new one that had come out. So what did I do? I got the lead trainer into the room and I said, all right, we're going to Officeworks. We got 10 pieces of paper because it was a 10-day workshop. And basically, we looked at every single unit of competency. We looked at every single performance evidence item and we wrote it down. What do we need to see someone do? We need to see them do a nosebleed, this, and this. Wrote them all on sticky notes. And we then go, all right, cool. What do we need to teach them to be able to do that assessment? And we wrote that down. And then we thought, all right, what's the knowledge evidence? What is it? When is it? And we wrote it all out. And then we started to put the program together, the two of us. And then we got someone else to come in and say, look, where are we going wrong? What are we not seeing? Give us your 2 cents on the program that we've created. They agreed, we put it all together, and then that became our brand new workshop program that we laid out. So whether you're doing an accredited course or a non-accredited course, this approach is so powerful because it gets the ideas out of your brain and it's super simple, super easy, and straight in front of you, you can see what you've got to create there. And storyboarding, a lot of people use it for online courses, and even, it comes from Disney when they used to put together their animations and things like that. But storyboarding, so cool. And if anyone ever says, you know, Mark design a course, I'm like, cool, I'm off to Officeworks and getting some more flip charts and just making it rock and roll there. So on that note, what I'd love you to do, you can head to a breakout room. And I'd love you to share with your partner what's one thing from storyboarding that really stands out to you or that you really like about it, or that's like, oh yeah, cool, I can see the value of the sticky note, being able to move things around, or even getting a second opinion, or whatever it may be. Sending you to your rooms. I'll bring you back in about a minute. Simply share with your partner. What do you really like about it? Go for it, Tim. Awesome. Welcome back, team. I am coming over to the amazing, coming over to Simone. Simone, if you can unmute yourself, tell me, what do you love about storyboarding? What's standing out to you? And even if you don't like anything at all, go, oh, yeah, that's cool. That's something different. I can see how that may work. Whatever your thoughts are, Simone, go ahead. What do you like about it?
Rachel and I really both agreed on the fact that we liked visualizing what a competent person should be able to do by the end of this. And I was saying in our PowerPoints, all of our PowerPoints have at the beginning the objective slide. And I often go, all right, guys, yeah, you'll learn all this, but let's move on. But realistically, that's what I need you all to understand by the end. And I should be putting more focus on that. But we both really like that side of things.
Cool. Really cool. Awesome. And that is going to tie into the next thing we're going to talk about, which is really cool. Awesome. Coming over to Cecilia, and go ahead, share with the group what's one thing that you talked about with your partner there. What's one thing that you really like about storyboarding as you put together an entire program? Cecilia, go for it.
Yeah, so Leah and I spoke about the structure. We both like doing things in an organized manner. So the structure really stood out, and the visualization, which creates a lot of imagination, using the color codes with the sticky notes, and finally having someone else look through your work. Sorry, I gave 50.
No, perfect. That's great. I love it. I love it. Yeah, absolutely. Having other people look at it and being able to visualize So cool, so cool. Never hesitate to overshare that. That's fantastic. And the cool thing about this is that you could be developing a 5-day program, a 10-day program, a 1-hour program, a 12-month program, and in that 12 months, maybe you've got 12 workshops going on. Storyboarding allows you to get the ideas and get clarity, which is so cool. Awesome, Cecilia. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, I'm going to sort of guys bring things down another level. Last night, if any of you watched a video, I believe it was a time management one, I talked about another, I guess, design process, and the design process was called the TAE model. Go ahead, drop a yes or no if you remember in the video me talking about the TAE model at all. Let me know if you remember me talking about that in the video at all. It was a little bit covert, so to speak. Talked about it a little bit. Drop a yes or a no if you remember watching the video and going, oh, yes, no, got no idea. Yeah, beautiful, awesome. So for me, one of the big areas, awesome, cool, thanks, Leah. One of the biggest areas that we see trainers fall down in is getting lost in their session plan or getting lost in doing stuff that doesn't matter. And sometimes people go, oh, okay, I've got so much time, or I've got to get through my slides, or whatever it may be. It's going to tie back into what was just raised here now. So for me, when I'm actually designing a session, I actually really work backwards, right? And I want to share with you the TAE model. So what I'd love you to do is just drop a TOA in the chat box there for me, because I want to share a model with you that's super fast, super easy, and it's going to be really learner-centric and outcome driven, so to speak. So this is how I think when I design training. And tomorrow we're going to look at session structure and all that fun stuff, but let's go big picture for just a moment here, right? The first thing I think about is topic, all right? And let's pick the topic of, let's say, changing a nappy, right? Let's talk about changing a nappy, okay? And I could pick anything at all. I could say making a coffee, I could talk about making a cocktail, whatever it may be. Now, topic, changing a nappy, okay? Or topic, taking a phone call, or topic, doing a safety inspection, whatever, right? Now, O stands for outcome. O stands for outcome. Now, the way I like to think about this is by the end of the session, the learners will be able to, and this is where we want to get super specific, they'll be able to change a nappy within 5 minutes according to the centre's procedure for changing nappies. Okay. Drop a yes if you would agree that that outcome is quite specific. Drop a yes if you'd agree that's quite specific there. Yeah. Okay. You see, the thing is, the more specific it is, the more achievable it is. Yeah, hopefully my internet is okay then. Now, at the end of the day, if I'm getting lost on my notes, or if I'm running out of time, or if I've got more time than I need, what should I be doing? Well, I should always be coming back to my learning outcome. All training sessions should be leading towards a learning outcome. I'm not saying anything radical here. I'm just saying that everything leads towards the learning outcome. What doesn't happen though is we get lost in, oh, this page, that page, PowerPoints, all that crazy stuff here. Oh, it's all about the outcome. So the A stands for activities, all right? So go ahead, just drop the letter A for activities in the chat box there for me, please. Drop the letter A. Beautiful. Now, so if I'm going to teach someone to be able to do, by the end of the session, be able to change a nappy according to, and be able to do it in 5 minutes, well, all right, cool. Everything's going to lead towards that. Everything's going to lead towards that. I'm not going to show 25 PowerPoints and then at the end go, oh shit, I've only got 3 minutes left to actually get that. Weird. Like a waste of time. Crazy. Instead, what I'm going to go is, okay, cool. I need to create that. How am I going to create that? All right. Well, activity, I'm going to show a funny video of a nappy change going wrong. Ask learners to point out issues, right? And find the problems. Then I will demonstrate. They will write down the steps. I will watch each person, do it on a mannequin. I will time them. They will practice. They will time each other. They will, when ready, do it in front of me on a dummy. Then they do it on a real baby. Drop a yes in the chat if you can see how potentially I just dropped all that in order to get to that learning outcome. Drop a yes if you're starting to see the power of this model, okay? Because here's the thing, folks, if you don't actually lead toward that outcome, people go, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then you get lost in La La Land, but you haven't actually achieved anything, right? So I'm going to go another example here. Let's go topic, making a cocktail or serving at the bar here, right? So outcome, by the end of the session, the learners will be able to make 3 types of cocktails within 6 minutes. Okay, cool. Activity, let's look at one type of cocktail, blah, blah. Let's look at the other type. Let's practice making each one. Let's give each other some feedback. Cool. And let's time each other and we're good to go there. Another one, topic. Let's take an emergency. Let's take a 911 phone call. Sorry, 000 phone call. So topic, taking phone calls. Outcome, by the end of the session, you will be able to calmly and confidently receive a phone call and fill out the paperwork to the required standard. We'll stop. Activities. All right, cool. We're going to listen to some bad calls. We're going to identify what's going wrong. We're going to listen to some great calls, notice the difference. We're going to notice what's the great person doing well, write a list. We're then going to read a script of a role play, and we're going to notice the language that's used. Then we're going to practice taking some simulated calls, and then we're going to practice taking some recorded calls with a little bit more intensity and under time. And then we're eventually going to put in some real life role plays, and we're going to be observed, so to speak. Drop a smiley face in the chat box if this is starting to make sense in regards to how you can view training to really drive towards this outcome. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Sia. Awesome. So this is a TAE model. It is the most simplistic way that you are ever going to be able to design training. And you can think about any piece of content and you can drop it into a TAE model. And there's many other different ways that we design training, but this is really the one that's going to drive towards something actually being achieved, right? So for example, if I rewind all the way back to teaching you the AQF, for example, or the standards, for example, I don't just go, oh, I'd like to teach you the standards. That's kind of weird, right? So the standard topic would be the RTO standards, outcome. By the end of my time working with them, they'll be able to know where the standards are and be able to tell me at least 3 of the categories from each of the standards. Done. Activity. And I flow it out there, right? Awesome. What I would love you to do is not yet, but in a moment, you're not going to go into a breakout room, but what I would love you to do is look at this TAE model here, knowing that we're just scratching the surface. I'd love you to drop in the chat. What's one thing that you really like about the TAE model that really stands out to you? And it's like, oh, yeah, cool. I really like the specificity of the outcome, or yeah, I like how we can really drive. It could be anything at all. Drop in the chat. It really stands out to you. Variation activities, processes to achieve the outcome. Very cool, Rachel. And again, I wouldn't necessarily do all of the activities. I'm going to pick out the ones that I think are really going to be effective and efficient. Have activities be completed to reach the outcome. Very cool. Yep. And it allows you to just have green light thinking there. Yeah, nice, Simone. Love it. And, you know, I've been in this game for over 10 years now, and people have done presentations. And at the end of the presentation, if someone's been fuzzy on something, I've often asked them, so, dude, what was your learning outcome? And they go, I don't know. Or they say, oh, by the end of the session, I wanted my learners to be able to do X. And I'll say, all right, cool. Did you achieve that? And they go, oh, maybe not. I'm like, no, maybe you didn't. And well, they say, yeah, we did. I'm like, awesome, great job, good job, well done. Cecilia says specificity. Very cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to wait for one more there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not that. Perfect. Awesome. So that's the TOEL model, topic, outcome, and activities. And it's just a really great way to look at, well, why are we even here? What are we trying to achieve there? On that note, folks, by my clock, it's 1:40. Up till now, we talked about the adding model. We talked about training needs analysis. We've looked, looking back 6 to 12 months' time. We've looked at the storyboarding process, and we've looked at the whole sticky notes there, and we looked at the amazing TOEL model. Not yet, but in a moment, we're going to head off to a break. During break time, I'm going to send you through the next documents, and or make sure that you've got them. I think you might have already sent it. Have you guys got a the email titled Learning Plan 2? Have you guys got an email titled Learning Plan 2? Cecilia said, yes, fantastic. On that note, we're going to take a break. By my clock, it's 1:41, so let's come back at 1:55. It'd be a great time to come. See you very shortly. Hi, Rachel. Simone and Leah talking about work stuff, or are they annoying you? How are they going?
There's my headset and my earpods in.
There you go. There you go.
What? Are you laughing at me?
Never. No one ever would. No one ever would. Awesome. Nothing to laugh at anyway. So on that note, I'm going to drop some links in the chat. And so for the people that are doing the policing side of things, Cert 3 in business, I'd love you to click on that link for me if you could. For the person who's doing disability side of things, you can click on the Cert 3 in individual support, but that would be great if you click on that one. My speaker is not working, just troubleshooting it now. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Worst case scenario, you may need to log out and log back in. So we'll see how you track it. Alrighty, Leah and Rachel, can you just drop an O in the chat once you open that link? And Cecilia, can you open that link and let me know when you've got it open? Awesome.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. It's kind of weird.
Oh.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay, so the microphone's working, not my headset. Amazing. Oh, it's
Rachel's going to start singing soon.
let's do that.
Can you hear me?
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
It's gonna bother you guys to do that for a little bit.
I'll talk so that we can check that you can hear me. Dogs. I don't like cats. I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. I'm just going to tell you random things so that we can check the sound. And when you are able to hear me, I'm sure you'll put a comment in the chat and say, stop talking about Marvel superheroes. I can hear through Rachel's computer. Okay, well, that'll be one way that we work through it then. Awesome. So on that note, hopefully you have been able to click on that link there and been able to bring up this page here. So if you're doing the business side of things and the police are the business side of things, and then the other person, Cecilia, you're doing the individual support there. So we've got Leah's got it open, Rachel's got it open, Cecilia's got it open, fantastic, and Simone is working through that. So we're going to come down. Now, I know that originally I said the engagement thing, the Cert 2 engagement, whatever. We're just going to shift gears and we're going to go with the business side of things. And we've got customer engagement, and that's what we're going to focus on. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to business or the police side of things, or business crew, police crew. You guys have got 13 units. For the disability side of things, you've got 15 units. Okay, so what we're going to do now, before we go into the template itself, we are actually going to pick out the units that we're going to focus on, so to speak, right? So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to move things around so I don't get distracted. So if we take a look at, I'm just going to do it on the business side of things first of all. So if we come down and we check out the core units, all right? So in total, we have, drop in the chat, how many core units are there for the certificate free in business? Drop in the chat, how many? Let's see if you guys can tell me. It is how many core units? How many core? How many core? Beautiful, thank you, Rachel. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy those units, and because I have a small brain, I'm just going to move them. I've copied them onto a Word document. I've copied them onto a Word document over here on my computer. Okay, does that make sense what I've done so far? All I've done is I've just copied them onto a Word document over here, and I've just made them made into a simple list. Does that make sense, folks? Just drop a yes in the chat if that's kind of made sense. Cool. All right, so the person's doing a disability side of things, you'll be doing exactly the same. So open up a Word document and then just copy and paste the core units. Just copy and then paste into a Word document. Cecilia, does that kind of make sense? All we're doing, copy and paste and take it over to a Word document from there. Cecilia, in your case, you've got 9 units, 9 core. Yep, awesome. Cool. So then we're going to come back and we're going to check out this section here. So in total, you're doing, so the policing people are doing 13 units. So doing the math here, it tells me I need to find 7 other elective units, 7 others. So what you're going to do, without thinking about it too much, policing team, you're going to come down to here, and highly likely, you're going to 7 others. So you've got to pick out 7 other units, right? So probably you may pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So can you see where it says customer and client engagement? Customer and client engagement there. And customer and client engagement, you're probably going to pick that one, maybe don't know about that. That one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yeah, maybe that one. Does that make sense what you're doing there, Simone, Rachel, and Cecilia? Basically, just picking out the ones that you think would be appropriate for your cohort or your humans that you would train. Hypothetically, you could also maybe pick out organized schedules as one, but in total you need 7. Drop a yes if that kind of makes sense as to what you're about to do. Just yes, thank you, Rachel. Now, as you do it though, I really want you to make rapid fire decisions, like being able to decide within about 2 minutes which ones you're going to do that. Coming back, I'm going to come back to the individual support or the disability one. And so, Cecilia, we've got disability. So let's come down for you, Cecilia, probably. Let's see, with you and for young people, you could, let me do, you could provide, you could do that one, that one, that one, that one. How many do we need in total? I can't remember. We need 6. We need 6. Cool. But I think, yeah, Cecilia, you kind of get the point. So basically, there and maybe even that one there. And maybe it's that one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there you go. Happy days. Cynthia, does that kind of make sense? Once you've chosen them, you're then going to add them to the list on your Word document. So what does that mean? It means copy and paste onto your Word document. Copy and paste each one onto your Word document. When your Word document is complete, then you can just drop a D in the chat and let me know that you're done. So just to recap, all we're doing is copying and pasting the units that we've chosen onto our Word doc so that we've got a summary of the core and the electives that we're going with there, folks. Thanks, Rachel. I think the Y means done. Awesome. Thanks, Cecilia. Good work, Cecilia. You annotating could be so much fun. Alrighty, so at this point, on your Word document, Cecilia, you should have 15 units listed, and I believe Rachel's team should have 13 units listed. Drop a yes if that's the case. On your Word document, you've got 13 and 15, I believe. 13 and 15, very cool. Also, let me know that's the case. Yep, awesome, Simone, fantastic. You guys are awesome. Very cool. Okay, so now let's come back and let's start working on that template that I sent out earlier today. So we've got an email that I sent out, and the email that I sent out kind of looked like this. Okay. So we're just rewinding all the way back here. Earlier today, over lunch, I believe I sent this email and it was titled Learning Plan 2. So okay, that's cool, Simone. So highly likely, you've already moved these two documents into your Learning Plan 2 folder. Hopefully you have. If you haven't, that's okay. We've got some time now. So go ahead, move these two files into your Learning Plan 2 folder. Once you've done that, drop an M for moved. And that'll let me know that you have moved it. Move it. That's probably before your time. All right, cool. I'm getting old. So, reminds me of my dad busting the songs I've never heard of. It's been weird. Cool. Only difference is in songs. All right. So, we have this Learning Plan 2 document that we are going to work through here. All right. So this is a document that we're going to work on, and I'm going to support you through it as always. And at any point, if you need me to slow down or need more time, just drop in a T for time, and that'll be really cool. All right. Awesome. So once you've got it open, folks, you know what to do. Drop an O. Thank you. All right. So we are going to change the name of the document, and we are going to call it Learning Plan 2, and then first name, last name. So Learning Plan 2, and then Bill Smith. Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Rachel. Awesome work, team. Very cool. Excellent. So name of RTO in here, we're going to put in the name of the company you work for now. So pop that in. When you've done that, you know what to do. Thank you. All right, delivery period. I'm just going to come back to my magical chart here for a second, just to drive home the point here. So, you know, earlier today we looked at that silly chart and we looked at volume of learning. Hopefully that makes sense. So we got Cert 3 going on here. And so that kind of tells me 1 to 2 years. So I'm going to come back to my form, and in here, I'm going to put 12 months. All right, so I'm keeping this very generic as much as I can, just so that we can kind of accommodate your world and your needs there. So if I was going to fill in the blank, it would be existing workers at, I think in your case, you're saying police or Q-Link or whatever you'd like to call, who wish to develop their skills to be able to, who wish to be able to do skills to be able to handle phone calls and perform in their role of XYZ. This will give them the qualification of, and I think we're going to go with Cert 3 in whatever. Cert 3 in, and I think we're saying Cert 3 in business or Cert 3 in individual support. They are mostly males or females, and between the ages of whatever and whatever there. No one has LN challenges or digital literacy issues at this stage. All right, so I'll say it this way, fill in the blank.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Please repeat the last part. No one dash
yeah,
dash. No one has any.
it's in the chat box. No one has any LN challenges or digital literacy issues. Digital literacy issues.
So that's the dash dash is the ages. Okay, I get it.
Okay, yeah. So males, females, and between the ages of 20 and 56. That kind of thing.
Are we able to change it slightly because it says existing, but we kind of work more with new staff? Is it okay to amend it to have new workers?
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
So. Awesome. If you've done the target cohort there and you're ready for the next thing, just drop an R in the chat and let me know that you're good to go.
Mark, was LLN literacy, learning and numeracy?
Close. Language literacy.
Language.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's right. It used to be in the old TAE, but we don't talk about it much these days. Don't know why. I'm very passionate about it, but yeah, no one cares. Mark, move on. I don't know. I'm just going out on a limb here with the entry requirements, and Rachel and Leah and Simone, you guys can yell at me if I'm wrong, but is it kind of entry requirements you need to have a criminal check or background check before someone works at your organization? Yeah, cool. Thought that might be the case. Can't rob a bank and come and work for you. Cool. I guess you can rob a bank, but just don't get caught. So, and that may even be the case for Cecilia as well. If she's doing stuff in the disability sector, they may need a criminal check and they may need a yellow card. So, yay, awesome, I know something. I did a stint at the Catholic Church in childcare and also in disability support, and that was fascinating. So we've filled out the code and title of the training package and code and title of the qualification there for you. So make sure you get that one in. Once you've got that, let me know. But we've got code and title training package. Naturally, just put in the one that relates to you. You guys are smart enough to know that. Don't be the person that puts both in, that'd be weird. Just put the one that's in there that's relevant to you. I don't normally and can't normally keep it so contextualized, but because we've only got two categories today, I'm kind of being able to support you guys more than normal. If we had a larger number, I couldn't do this, but kind of expect you to be able to do it yourselves, but hopefully you're appreciating the help. Send me a 6-pack of love next year. So we got the training package in there. We got the code and title of the qual, and happy days. So let me know when you're ready for the next piece. Thanks, Cecilia. It's kicking goals. All right, so I'll see how people are tracking. Let me know if you need more time. Awesome, thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Luke. Okay, so because you are stars, I'm going to show you something. Awesome. So I'm going to come over to my Word document, and hopefully you can see it. Yeah, cool. So, you know how earlier, and drop a yes in the chat if you remember doing this, you know how earlier we set up that Word document, we created that list of all the core and all the elective units that we've chosen. Drop a yes if you remember doing that. If you can't drop a yes, just unmute yourself and yell at me. So basically what we're going to do now is let me see if that's even shown up there for you. Yeah, it should be. So I am going to now copy and paste over that information into the template there. So I'm going to go code, and then I'm going to go title. All right. And I am going to drop it over there. And coming back, I'm going to show you what that looks like on the form. Does that make sense what we're about to do, folks? Drop a yes if that makes sense. Basically, we're going to grab every unit and we're going to put it on the form. That's all we're doing. It's a bunch of 5 minutes of copying and pasting. Okay? So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to copy and paste. If you're doing 13 units, then it's the 13 units. Every unit that's on that Word document, you're going to move over here. And naturally keep the Word document going on, but just quick copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, and copy and paste. You will have to do it unit by unit, but yeah, it is what it is, man. Life moves on. Once you finish copying and pasting, folks, just let me know. And be all good. Just remember, if we're doing this by hand, your hand will be 13 by now. So copying and pasting is good. It was a race. I got bets on. I'm not going to tell you how I got bets on. It's not fair. I got a hunch you might finish. I was right. Oh my gosh. Shock. Insert inappropriate Star Wars joke. Well, yeah, use the force. Yeah, don't laugh at my jokes, naturally. Awesome, Rachel. So, good job. Well done. Because for anyone that's ready for it, down the bottom there it says that this course is made up of 13 or 15 units as listed above. Make sure that you put in if it's 13 or if it's 15. Simone, Rachel, and Leah. Can you just drop a yes if you put in how many units is the course is made up of? 13. Yeah, thank you. Awesome team. How are you going, Cecilia? A few more minutes? Or... For anyone that is ready, on the next page, there's some information there. You can drop that in, but won't be moving on until everyone's good. So. Awesome, thanks, Cecilia. Duration is there for you as well there, so 12 months. When you've done the 12 months, drop a D for, let's go R for ready. Awesome, Simone, Leah, Rachel, excellent. All right, cool. So next piece, I'm going to show you something, and it's something that someone else has done because I need to sort of show you what it looks like or what it can look like or what it will look like. So this is an example of what someone else has done, and they work in the prison system or corrections, right? So on the left-hand side, we've got two program areas. We've got prison operations and then handling offenders, okay? And then what it's got is that the unit code and then unit title and then expected hours, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to categorize our units into two program area names. So we can have many more program area names, but for the sake of simplicity and efficiency, we're just going to go two. But if you're building a program, you can certainly have 3 or 4 program areas and themes and all that fun stuff, right? But can you see, just drop a yes in the chat, if you can see on this screen here, how it's been sort of broken down into 2 separate categories, right? So what we're going to do is exactly the same for you. So we're going to come back to what we've got here. Now, you're going to need to add extra lines, right? Now, if you don't know how to add an extra line, you right click and click insert, right? Now, I'm not great with Word and all that stuff, but if you can't work it out, just work it out. Just write extra lines in the blah, blah. So we have program area names. Now, for you both, well, when I say you, I mean both groups, so disability and policing, we've got engaging with clients, right? So that could be one theme area. And then another theme area, I don't know, could be operations, or you could call it policing operations, or help me out, team. Rachel, Simone, Leah, what's another theme that comes to mind? I mean, you can call it admin, but I prefer it not to. You can call it admin if you want, but anyway. And Cecilia, go ahead, drop in the chat. What's another kind of name that you could go for the program area name there? Kind of what comes to mind? If you're gonna come up with another group area name there. Cool. So Rachel, Simone, Leah, help me out here too. Beautiful. Report writing. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Beautiful, Leah. Happy with work practices. Yeah, probably too specific. Too specific because we need to be able to cover all of the units that you've mentioned on your Word document. Does that make sense? You need to cover all of the units on your Word document. So let me come back. Let me show you the example again. So we've got, yeah, kind of. Yeah, Rachel, that could be one of them. But we've got two program areas, right? And what we're going to do is, in this case, we had 16 units. So what this person did is they had two headings. We had prison operations, and we had handling offenders. And then what they did is that they allocated the 16 units, like 8 into prison operations and 8 into handling offenders. So Rachel, positive customer engagement. Yeah, cool. I mean, you can do that for one of them. So you probably do positive customer engagement for one of them. Then the other one, probably I would do work practices or admin duties. Does that kind of make sense, Rachel? Again, Cynthia, working safely with client. Yeah, that kind of works. Kind of works, I guess. Yeah, kind of works. Everything would kind of fit under that heading there. So what you're going to do, basically, I'm going to give you about 10 minutes. It shouldn't take you that long, but you are going to grab, coming back to the units that you've got listed up here. You've got the units listed up here. And some of you have got I can't remember, 13 units, others have got 15 units. You're going to come up here and you are going to basically allocate them down underneath here under the headings, right? So you've got engaging with clients and maybe daily operations, right? So in here, you may go, okay, the first one here, apply critical thinking. Apply critical thinking. I'm going to copy that, and that's going to come down here, and I'm going to drop that into this section here and do that. Okay. And then the next one, maybe the next one is use inclusive work practices. All right, cool. So use inclusive work practices. Maybe that one comes in here. BSB, WK, the BSB, WK 301, 301. Use inclusive practices. Okay. Then as I'm going to put them in here, then after all of that, I'm going to come in and expected hours. Expected hours, I'm going 60 for every unit. All right, 60 for every unit. And generally we go more than 50 hours at least, right? Folks, is that kind of making sense, right? So then the next one, you're going to go with maintaining workplace safety. Right? Well, that one could actually go over here. And I'm going to drop it in there. Is this making sense, folks? Drop a yes or a no in the chat if it's kind of making sense. Yeah, beautiful. So in total, how many units are you going to have? Well, everything that's listed there is going to come down here, but we're just allocating it into program areas. There's no right or wrong, and if you accidentally repeat the same unit twice, that's fine. And there's no right or wrong. If you put the wrong unit in the wrong program, it doesn't matter. All we're doing is just dividing it up into program areas, right? So by my clock, it's 2:40. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes, but just do it rapid fire. Don't need to overthink it too much. Probably the thing that will take us the longest is just adding extra lines if you need to. But anyway, if you get stuck, just let me know. And remember, the byproduct is going to look something like that. And naturally, you're doing both the core and the electives, and the order doesn't matter at all. Order doesn't matter at all. As always, if anyone gets complete, just let me know. No rush at all. Still got time. Thanks, Rachel. And yes, for those wondering, we do teach a lot of people in corrections department. I admire Leah and Rachel's and my ability to probably leave work at work and not think about it. Well, that's no secret. Maybe you are just very good at detailing.
I was going to say you wouldn't have heard it because we were all on mute, but we laughed a lot at that comment. But we appreciate that you think we leave work at work.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah. The context of what we do is often easier to leave at work than our workload for us in training and developing and stuff. We do end up taking a lot of physical work home to do. But yeah, the what we do side of things, we get lots of training in vicarious trauma and things like that to try and keep that over there.
Yeah, cool. I admire it.
And it's not for everyone, that's for sure.
Awesome, Cecilia. Very cool. Very cool. So we'll come back to our form, and I'm going to ask a bit of a leading question, a bit of a yes question. In the chat, can you all just let me know with a yes that you put 60 hours for every unit? You put 60 hours for every unit. Awesome, thank you. Cool. So we'll come down and we're going to fill in some more stuff. I'm going to help you out, and we'll just travel through it gently here. So the program is delivered at just drop in the name of the company. So at name of company site. Right. So if you are working at QLink or whatever you call yourselves, then just drop in that, and then the rest you can leave as is. And in Ceci's case, just put in the name of the company you work for there. Cool. So then coming up here, we've got the program area of engaging with clients and daily operations, which I just made that up and is completely probably wrong to what you guys have got. But down here, I'm just going to put those names in again. Then I'm going to come down where it says key and how we're going to deliver the information. So go ahead, drop the program area names in, and then we're going to drop in some crosses, and we're going to basically map out how we're going to deliver the program. Now, knowing it's going to be very big picture, so don't overthink it too much. So you may put in simulations, you may put in group activities, reflective practice, whatever you want. And I'll give you about 2 minutes to do that, but don't put too much extenuating thought into it. Hopefully you can read between the lines as I say that. All right, once you've dropped in the X's and the program areas, you know what to do, folks. Just let me know. Awesome to see you. Thanks, Leah. So, you need to come down. Yeah, mine's good. All right, so next section here is the support material. I'll drop them in the chat there for you, and that'll be good. Before I wrote Wi-Fi instead of Wi-Fi. It was interesting. Eventually we'll get to a point where I won't need to say it, but drop in the chat if you're done, let me know. And good. Thanks, Dan. Next question. Awesome. Program area names, again, same as before. All we're doing now is deciding how we're going to assess it. So we're going to either do demonstration, oral, portfolio, simulation, scenarios. Totally up to you what you want to play with there. So just give you a moment to, basically it's the same as up here. Drop in the names and then put some X's in the box. And if you're wondering, is this a common template? Yes, it is. It's a common template, and that's how we map out a program here.
Mark, in this section, what would be the difference between a demonstration and a simulation?
Simulation would have more of a scenario around it. Demonstration would be me just walking up and say, do X. If that kind of makes sense. So the simulation, there's going to be a narrative, there's going to be more of a role play kind of thing. So if I put it into the context of chopping down a tree, demonstration would be, here's a chainsaw, chop down the tree. Simulation would be, all right, you've got 5 trees to chop down, and the wind's blowing this way, and you've got a faulty equipment. What do you do? Does that kind of make sense? I think you're nodding. I'm not sure, but hopefully that makes sense. Awesome. So, if you are ready for the next piece, just drop an R and let me know that you're ready for the next piece, and that'd be good. Yeah, beautiful. All right. So, next piece is any cool delivery qualifications. Thank you, Sylvia. Next section is program area from above. Who will assess it? So program name, and then your name, and then XXX. Again, it's the same program area name. So whatever we put up here, engaging with clients and blah, blah. Alrighty, and for the people that are ready for it, Rachel and Leah, yeah, very cool. You can then now, wherever it says your organization name, fill that in. So if you are going to put police, or Queensland Police, or Police Link, whatever, go ahead and drop in police link, police link, police link, police link, police link, police link. Anytime you see your organization name, just put in the name of the company that you work for there, and we'll call them all the way down there to that section there. I've done the risks controls for you there. I've gone a bit generic, and that's okay. That's okay. Cool. So once you get done on the risks, then drop an R for risks into the chat, and that'll let me know that you're up to that section or you're done on that section there. I'm not sure why Rachel's done a yay on that one there on CCS. Oh, good. Awesome, Rachel. Thanks for letting me know. Risky business. You guys would be so much fun to work with. If anyone gets down on risks, I'll just go to the punchline. There's a bunch more places where it says your organization name, so you can drop those in there. It's what it is. So you should be able to do that without me telling you what to do. I ghosted you, Rachel. If anyone gets done on the risks, as I said, you can come down to the next section and drop in company name, company name, company name, company name. How are we tracking, folks? Are we done on the training aids required? Are we done on that? Drop a D for done if you're done on the training aids. Awesome, folks. So Smo's good, awesome, Sissy is good, Race is good. Fantastic. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a break, and by my clock it's 3:06. We're going to take a break until 3:20. And that way we're just going to stand up, move around, get the blood flowing again. We're going to come back, fill out the next section, and then we're going to jump to the review form, and then this plan will pretty much be done, which is awesome. So I'll see you back here at 3:20, folks. See you shortly, and stand up, move around, get tea, coffee, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do, and see you at 3:20. Thank you. Welcome back, Leah. And Simone. And Rachel. Slowly. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. If you are present, you can hear me and see me, and you are ready to rock and roll, drop the heat and let me know that you're all good. Thank you so much. Right. So on the screen here, I've kind of done a little bit of prompting for you on the next section. So basically, you are going to map out the dates for your program. You're going to map out the dates, and also what we're going to do, we're going to drop the name of the unit that we're going to cover, and then we're going to give it a title. We're going to give it a title. So for example, if we've got the unit 1, apply critical thinking skills in a team environment, I've then given it a fancy title called problem solving for champions, right? Now I just made that up. Leah's gone, is that a paperclip or a piece of bread? Sure. So basically what we're doing is we're going to give it a fancy title. And let me give you one more example so that you know what I'm talking about here. We've got another one, participate in sustainable work practices. I don't know. So it says participate in sustainable work practices. All right, cool. So then the title could be something like, I don't know, keeping it green. Keeping it green. Okay. I just made that up. All right, it's just totally made up. So what you're going to do is you are going to, on the right-hand side then, we've got 8 hours. So we're going to build the dates and names of our workshops for each of the units. So in total, you should have either 13 or 15 units, correct? Drop in the chat if that's kind of making sense. So you're going to have 13 or 15 units, right? Now, coming down here though, if we have said that it's going to be a 12-month program, so we may need to pack a couple of workshops in, like 2 workshops into 1 month, right? Hopefully it's making sense. So we're going to start the first workshop on the 10th of May, tomorrow. And then we're going to go 10th of June, 10th of July, 10th of August. And basically you're just going to create the dates for every single one of the units. You're going to put in the unit name and then give it a title. And then to the right of that, you've got 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, right? Is that kind of making sense, folks? Drop a yes or a no in the chat if that's kind of making sense in regards to what you're about to do. Date, what's going to happen, session title, and it was the unit name, unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever, and then 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, and then you're good to go. So it shouldn't take you too long, probably maybe about 9 or 10 minutes to just copy them in there. And dates, naturally, like the last one is going to be in 12 months time, so the last one will probably be like the 9th of the 10th of May 2025. If you're all good to do that, I'll go ahead and give you some time to do that now, and that'd be great. So let me know when you are done. The dates, totally up to you. Unit names are what they are, but the titles, you can make them whatever you want.
Mark, with these, we're not stressing about order or anything like that as if we're actually rolling the program, just plugging them in. Yep.
Yeah, just plug them in.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Rachel. Rachel, I'm sure you're already probably thinking ahead in your mind, but down the bottom of the page, there's a place for your name and trainer day. And once you drop that in, then you can click save on the document. And Rachel, before I go any further, I don't know if you still got the document open or not, but if you could just drop in, what was the last unit that you had? What was the fancy title that you gave it? Close the document, but sorry. Tell me the last date. Love it. Sounds like a Jerry Maguire quote. I actually watched that movie about 2 weeks ago. Good times. You completely. It's really weird watching that movie on a new TV, on a smart TV. It's really weird. Loses all its emotional touch. Rachel, if you're wondering, the next document we'll be opening up is the review document. And that came through in the email that I sent earlier today with the task 2 document, so learning program plan 2 document. So you can go ahead and open that one. How are we tracking, team? Leah, Simone, how you guys going? Leah's done. Awesome. Leah used the force. And Leah, I'm sure you've already done it, but come down to the bottom, drop in your name. Thanks, Leah. Rachel, is it raining where you are? It's raining hard where we as in me. Thanks, Mike. Once you put your name and the date, you can click save on the document. Awesome, good work, team. So once you've saved it, you can close it. So drop an S in the chat once you've saved it, and that'll let me know that you're good to go on to the next document there. Awesome. All right, folks. So in the email that I sent out earlier today, there was a document, and I'll bring up the email so that you know what I'm talking about there. It was learning plan 2 email, and we had the template and we had the design cluster TPP review version 1 there. So that's what we're going to open up, and it's going to look like this. It's going to look like this. So once you go open, folks, you know what to do. Drop an O for open. Awesome. And I very kindly filled out most of it for you on my screen, so you'll be able to copy it and happy days. Send me a 6-pack of love. So reviewers, review name, go ahead, drop in your first name and last name, and then the name of somebody else. And then review date, you can drop in today's date, which is great. Once you've done the date, drop a D for done. Awesome. So we'll come down and we'll check it out. So the reason I've done it for you is just to sort of give you a perspective around how someone may view it if they were looking at what you guys put together. And what you put together is great, but it's just pointing out some common areas that often auditors or people will say, I want more detail about X, Y, Z. Right? So these are just some generic things that often people will pick out and want more details on them. So. So the first one there is no, and there's a comment. It's in the chat. Training package code and title, unit ability, packaging rules, industry requirements. Yes, 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 yes. Training package, yes. And when you're ready for me to scroll, just drop an S for scroll. When you're ready, folks, you know what to do. When you're ready for me to scroll, just drop an S. Yeah, awesome, Liam. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Liam. Awesome. All right, so just for the sake of my sanity and probably yours as well, I am going to show you something and I want you to forget it. Coming back to Moodle for just a moment here. Coming back to Moodle. Oh, the other document you can, sorry, that document we've just been working on here, this document here, this document here, we can save it and we are going to save it and we're going to call it learning plan 2 review form. Learning plan 2 review form. So save it as that. Once you've saved it, just drop an S in the chat and let me know that you've saved it as that. That'd be great. Awesome. So what we're going to do is I am going to get you to, not yet, but in a moment, I'm actually going to get you to email the word learning plan 2 and review form to me. All right, because what I want to do is do what we did yesterday, where I'm going to review it before you upload it to Moodle. Just drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. So you're going to email me your learning plan 2 and your review form, all right, because it's going to minimize any not yet satisfactories and all that fun stuff, all right? But I will let you know, once I do okay it, then you'll be basically uploading it to training program plan 2 into Moodle. Just drop a smiley face in the chat if that makes sense. So once I've approved it, you'll be uploading those 2 documents into this section here. I don't normally do a review for everyone, but I just want to do it for you guys because that'll mean that when you are uploading it, it'll be squared away, good to go then. So my little gesture there for you, and let me get rid of. Awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do that, and hopefully that is all good there. So I'm going to check in with everyone though. Can you drop a yes if you were able to complete the learning program 2 plan and the review form when you got that done? Just drop a yes in the chat if you've got those done. Awesome. Fantastic. Great work, team. Great work. Drop a yay in the chat and let me know that you are very happy about it. And we're celebrating that success moment there, getting that all done. And congratulations to all of you for getting that learning plan 2 done. There is a lot involved in that, and you guys navigated that really well. So congratulations. So that, folks, is the end of the day. But today, whether you were with us for all of the day or half of the day, today we really looked at training.gov today. We really looked at the whole TOA, topic outcome activity. We looked at storyboarding. We looked at this morning, discover, realize, make sense. We looked at the cone of learning, the learning pyramid there, and ownership equals retention. We looked at energy trumping words. We looked at the importance of how you show up. We looked at reviewing what we did yesterday and doing a few simulations there. And the wet method is always better than the dry method. We looked at really putting together some learning plans on learning these templates here. And we also looked at how we can use the ADDIE model, the training needs analysis questions as well, looking back in 6 to 12 months' time. What I would love you to do, drop in the chat. What's one of your major takeaways from today, please? Drop in the chat. What's one of your major takeaways? Could be anything at all. Drop it in and let's see what you guys got from today. Trainees analysis, very cool. TOA, awesome. Really like the storyboarding. Nice, Simone. Very cool learning pyramid. Cool. Well, on that note, folks, what you got is what you got, and I'm sure you took lots of notes as well there. So tomorrow, same time, same back channel, same link. We'll have a great time, and we'll dive into learning. We'll talk about the 4 stages of learning. We'll talk about sessions, how they flow, what to include, and all that fun stuff. And we'll talk about some learning theories as well. Tonight for homework, I'm going to get you to watch a video. It's a video of me presenting on stage back in 2019 at the VELG conference. You may remember what VELG is. And basically, it's me doing a presentation on from average to great, the steps to becoming a powerful and impactful trainer in the 21st century. And there's a lot of concepts we're going to talk about, we're going to unpack, and you may find the video quite helpful. It's definitely going to spark some discussion tomorrow. So I do want you to watch it. I do want you to write down 3 things that I talk about that really stand out to you. And I also want you to make a note of what's one thing that I may do on stage or say or do that you may think leads towards the presentation going well. All right. And the video in the beginning, it starts a little bit unusual, but it's definitely the right video. So don't worry about that. Don't say there's weird music. It's like, well, there's a weird music for a reason there, folks. So on that note, tonight, the video goes for maybe about 48 minutes, 49 minutes, but you can have it on in the background. You can, listen to it while driving, all that fun stuff. But yeah, if you can watch it, that would be fantastic. On that note, folks, congratulations for an amazing day, and we will see you tomorrow, same time, same bat channel, same link. Have an amazing night, folks. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
And don't forget to
Thanks,
email
Mark.
me your plans. Don't forget to email me.
Mark, how do I get to view the recording from today?
Yeah, so I need to download it.
Yeah, cool.
And so I'll send it through to you in the morning.
In the morning?
Yeah, you don't need it. You don't
Or
need to
for
watch
tomorrow?
it by tomorrow. So
Okay, great. No, that's okay. No, that's fine. No rush then.
all right,
Okay.
see you tomorrow, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Video.